Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this special meeting slated for today, Tuesday, January 30th, 2024. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, Diana, would you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If we could have a moment of silence, praying for those in the conflict in the United States, or in the Middle East, I'm sorry, and our U.S. citizens that were recently killed in that conflict, and all of our armed forces as we pray for them to come home safe. Amen.
Amen.
Okay. Quick introduction. All right, we'll do introductions. Sorry, am I right?
Good evening, Diana Quast, Town Clerk.
Acting Supervisor Ed Lachterman.
Councilman Sergio Esposito.
Councilwoman Luciana Howitt.
Councilman Patrick Murphy.
Town Attorney Adam Rodriguez.
Thank you. We'll do a little housekeeping first with some resolutions, and then get into our public hearing. From Building and Maintenance Department, authorize the purchase of one 2023 Ford F-250 for the Building and Maintenance Department of Westchester, off Westchester County Contract RFBWC 23087 for the total amount of $44,615.20. Authorize the town clerk to advertise a bid for Stony Street interchange improvements, and that is some improvements down at the bottom of Stony Street by the new Walgreens. Authorize town clerk to renew the Oak Ridge Hauling LLC commercial garbage license for 2024. Authorize the town clerk to renew Sani Pro Disposal Service Corp. DBA Suburban Carting Company commercial garbage license for 2024. From the Comptroller's Office, authorize the Comptroller to pay out Anthony Cocuvia the cash value of unused time upon his retirement. Authorize the Deputy Supervisor to execute an amended extending contract with Thompson & Bender. From the Human Resource Office, authorize Vincent Calicia to carry over unused vacation time for 2023. From the John C. Hart Memorial Library, authorize Yvonne Check, Library Director, to attend the 2024 Public Library Association Conference in Columbus, Ohio, from April 2nd to April 5th, 2024. From the Police Department, authorize the sellback of sick time for Lieutenant James Graham. Authorize the Deputy Supervisor to sign agreement with Central Square Technology Tritech software system for Police Department's Impact software. And just for the record, we are adding in who is a sole source provider for the Police Department Impact software. Authorize the Deputy Supervisor to sign agreement with DataWorks Plus for Police Department's live scan equipment and software. Authorize the purchase of two 2024 Chevrolet Tahoes for the Police Department. From Refuse and Recycling, authorize David J. Doherty to transfer from Central Garage to Refuse and Recycling Department. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Carries. All right. Thank you for that.
Okay, but
So,
this is where I gotta recuse myself.
okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Just good evening, everybody. I'm gonna have to recuse myself for the public hearing. I have a family member that's involved with the project. So from tonight and going forward, I'll be recused from this project. Okay?
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, Patrick.
And I just want to acknowledge receipt of his recusal letter.
Thank you. Okay, so we now have a public hearing to consider the Underhill Farm landmark application submitted by the Yorktown Heritage and Preservation Committee.
No.
Do we have the affidavit of publication. Great, thank you. All right, and Lynn, are you presenting for? Yes, I am. If you'd like to start your presentation.
Sure, thank you. Good evening. I'm Lynn Briggs, Chairman of the Yorktown Heritage Preservation Commission. I'm joined tonight by fellow commission members Bridget Crow and Christine Sisler and Administrative Assistant Nancy Milanese. I think Nancy's here. Regretfully, 2 other members could not join us due to a family emergency and a planned vacation. We want to thank the town board for scheduling the public hearing to consider landmarking Underhill Farm. We also want to thank the members of the community who have joined us tonight and welcome history advocates, specialists, and enthusiasts who are here as well. Let me say at the outset of this hearing that we understand that Underhill Farm is the owner's private property and he's free to manage it as he wishes to achieve his financial goals. And we wish to reiterate our appreciation to the owner, Mr. Galero, for your intent to protect the Underhill Farm historic features. Landmarking will not delay, stop, or prevent the development that's been approved by the Planning Board. Our goal continues to be protecting the property's historic features while simultaneously allowing the owner to meet his financial goals. Next. So let's get underway. What we're going to cover this evening is a bit about the property. We'll review how the landmark process works, and we will explain the many reasons why Underhill Farm should be landmarked. We will address what the site plan did and did not address, and cover the benefits our community receives from landmarking. In this hearing, you will likely hear reasons why landmarking is not needed. We will address those as well. We'll wrap with a discussion of what happens next after the close of the public hearing. So please be patient, as there are 3 parts to my presentation, and each is critical to an understanding of why we're here tonight. Next. So let's start with a little bit about the property. Originally known as Underhill Farm, the property has acquired other names over the years linked to its ownership. Among the most memorable is Floral Villa, aptly named by the son of the original owner, Edward Burroughs Underhill, for its floral beauty. Though much of the former estate's original acreage is substantially diminished, now 13.8 acres, the entire 13.8 acres that remains from the original several hundred acres is historically significant. The main house, the historic landscape, and the contributing outbuildings. Next. So how does the landmark process work? The Yorktown Heritage Preservation Commission, YHPC for short, is a town commission, part of the municipal government, appointed by and accountable to the town board. I also want to note that our commission is recognized as a certified local government, a CLG, a federal program operating under best practices for local preservation. We're actually one of 75 communities in the state that is recognized as a CLG. And what that means is we follow the New York State Preservation Model for municipalities. And what that allows us is assistance and guidance from the state, training, state and federal grant funds. So what is it we do? We apply the town code to recommend landmarking candidates to the town board. And when an owner wants to alter their landmark, they submit an application to us called a Certificate of Appropriateness, or COA, which describes their intended alterations. How do we do this? Collaborate with landmark owners or the development community and municipal leaders to identify practical, reasonable, cost-effective, balanced solutions to preservation challenges. What we strive for is a collaborative solution that protects the property's historic features while simultaneously allowing the owner to meet their financial goals. We prepare the landmark application, and here's ours for this property. It's about 100 and some pages long, and we completed that and sent it in. First, sending it up over with a request to discuss it with the owner, and while our goal is to collaborate with the owner consent is not required under our law. So we submit the application recommendation to the town board after that discussion, and within 45 days, the town board convenes a public hearing and renders a decision within 15 days of the close of the hearing. Once landmarked, as I mentioned, if an owner wants to make alterations, they come to the commission, file a certificate of appropriateness application, and we work with the owner to ensure the application is done in kind. What does that mean? It's done in the same way, similar to the period of significance, architectural style, materials, and colors. If a landmark owner is dissatisfied, aggrieved over the COA, the owner can file an appeal with the town board. And the town board, you folks, can affirm, modify, reverse, or remand us back for more work. So the bottom line is that the town board has the final say over landmark alterations. Next. So let's look at landmarking criteria. Technically, historic is defined as famous or important in history. Simply put, historic means old, but age alone is not a qualifier. Our landmark law, and hence our landmark criteria, as I said, are based on the New York State Model Law. In the town of Yorktown, a structure is considered landmarkable or historic if it meets one or more of the following 5 criteria. The first one is possesses special character or historic aesthetic interest or value, part of the cultural, political, economic, or social history of our community. It's associated with historic personages. It embodies the distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style. It's the work of a designer whose work has significantly influenced an age, or because of the unique location or singular characteristic, represents an established and familiar visual feature of the neighborhood. Our assessment is this property meets 4 out of the 5 local landmarking criteria. Next. So let's take a look at each one. Criterion 1, possesses historic interest or value, part of our economic, cultural, social, and educational history. The takeaway from this slide speaks for itself. If there's any property in Yorktown that is historic and should be preserved, it is Underhill Farm. Let's look at its connection to the history of Yorktown. Economically, it was a principal center of agricultural activity in the late 1700s and early 1800s, considered by many as the best cultivated farm in Yorktown. Stocked with the finest breeds of cattle and horses, this center sparked further economic development in our area. Culturally and socially, in its heyday, the dairy farm was transformed into a world-renowned ecumenical and retreat center. And educationally, for many years, the property provided an alternate educational setting, an independent day school for families and children who preferred more individualized education. Now let's take a look at the property's association with historic personages. Next. So there were 4 distinct eras of contributing families: the Underhills, the Keers, the Beavers, and the school educators at Soundview, covering almost 250 years, from 1773, when the first Underhill family purchased land here, to 2020, when the sale of Soundview Preparatory School was consummated. For the Underhills, the patriarch, Captain John Underhill, who was a founder of the oldest and largest family in the United States, and the Underhill family in the U.S., he was a professional soldier, and he was brought from Europe to the Massachusetts Bay Colony to train the colony's militia, and he helped colonize New England. Lots and lots of his descendants migrated to New York and Westchester County. They bought parcels of land, and they began developing trades and professions: carpenters, farmers, millers, and winemakers. And Underhill was the first woman bank director in Westchester County. Locally, the 4th generation descendant, Isaac Underhill, whose home still stands at California and Hanover Street, bears great historical significance. It was here that British Major John Andre had his last meal as a free man before being captured in his treason plot with American General Benedict Arnold. He had 11 children with his wife Sarah, and they were all educated at the Amawak Friends School, or house. Isaac's second son, Abraham I, established the Underhill Farm. He had around 400 acres. He purchased it in 1799. And on his best cultivated farm in Yorktown, he was an early importer of what's called merino sheep, well known for their abundant and prized fine wool. Abraham and his wife, Rebecca, had only one child, Edward Burroughs Underhill. Edward inherited the Underhill Farm in 1841 from his parents, including a large portion of what is now Yorktown Heights Hamlet. He continued his agricultural legacy of the father and dedicated to the farm, but he also invested in the community and in the businesses. He gave money to construct local roads. He sold the land that allowed the Putt Railroad to be built, and he was a philanthropist. He donated to the blind, animals, children. And he mentored the son of the caretakers, the Keers, who named their son Edward after him. So Edward Burroughs Keir, Edward Underhill's protege, ensured that Edward had a great education, and he went on to become town clerk and justice of the peace and the town supervisor. And I neglected to mention that Edward Burroughs Underhill was also town supervisor and justice of the peace. So Edward Burroughs Keir went on and become supervisor as well. His home is the Grace Building across the street. That was preserved and restored by former supervisor Michael Grace in the 90s. It was the last grand Victorian home built around the town center, established by the railroad in the 19th century. The Beavers, Gilbert, Ann, and Jean, bought the farm and then transformed it into an ecumenical retreat, internationally known. Retreaters came from all over the world and had meetings and roomed in many of the outbuildings. In 1996, about 250 people actually stayed overnight in the outbuildings there, and close to 1,500 visitors frequented the center there. So the center sold Turkey Mountain property that they had to keep it running. They operated on donations. They had very little money, and they had the rental income from the property. But they sold it in 2007 to the Westchester County Industrial Development Center, who sold it to Soundview. W. Glenn Hearn, Dr. Ken Catrone provided students with this individualized education. The ratio of students to teachers was 5-1. However, the school had no endowment and relied on donations and tuitions and got itself into financial difficulty and sold it to Unicorn in 2020. Next. So let's take a look at how this property embodies the distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style. The main house is actually comprised of 3 parts: the original farmhouse, the wing addition, and a 1-level extension on the western side that was added probably in the mid-70s. So 2 architectural styles are reflected in the building: Federal, Federalist, and Italianate. The farmhouse is an intact example of Federal-era farmhouse. It was very popular post-Revolutionary War, late 1700s and 1800s. It was the Underhill family residence. Son Edward started construction on it in 1828. It's now almost 200 years old, and it's characterized by a very simple square rectangular floor plan, 2 to 3 stories. And over time, what he did is he adapted it to look like the Italianate wing. The Italianate wing originated in Italy in the 16th century and it became popular here in the 19th century. But it was characterized by asymmetrical plan, low-pitched roof, ornate decorative features, and round arch windows. The 19th century Italian wing was finished in 1881, now 143 years old, and it was Edward B's residence and the center of operations for the Beaver Dairy Farm, the Beaver Conference Center, and the Soundview Prep School. So let's take a look at the next page, which your slide is a couple of photos. On the left, you see the 3 sections of the home. The first one on the left, closest to us, is the 1-level addition that was added probably in the 70s. The center part was the original farmhouse, and the far right is the Italianate wing. You can see that the features of the middle part have been adapted to the Italianate wing. And on the right, you see what it looks like. That's probably a photo from the intersection of 118 and Underhill. So next. So let's take a look at criterion 5. Because of the unique location or singular characteristic represents an established and familiar feature of the neighborhood. There's probably not a soul in Yorktown who has passed by the 13.8-acre historic Underhill Farm estate and not had an uplifting feeling when encountering the magnificent combination of open space, historic landscape features, and of course the crown jewel, the beautiful combination of the original farmhouse transition to the Italianate style grand residence. One local resident who wrote to us said, and I quote, "It sits like a majestic and dignified patriarch of the town. I love looking at it and thinking about its history and how important it is, how it was and is to Yorktown. It's truly our scenic gateway to Yorktown." Next. So, I'm sorry, if we could back up. Sorry, Maura. If we go back to the slide 10. There we go. Slide 10. You're going forward.
Bottom left, yeah.
10. There we go, right there. So what we see here is you've got the scenic gateway to Yorktown. okay, the Italianate mansion plus the farmhouse, okay, really represent, they're among the last architectural treasures in Yorktown, okay? The 7 historic outbuildings retain sufficient period integrity to represent our past agricultural history. And the historic landscape features, the lawns, the ponds, the stone walls, pillars, iron gates, wetlands, the trees, represent a bucolic, majestic sense of place, a sense of identity to the town's agricultural history. As you see in this photo, and now you can go to the next one, you see the Italianate structure with the central farmhouse addition there. And then the pond, the Underhill Farm stone walls, there's planters there at the inset of where the steps are that come into the property. You see the iron gate. And then there's this inset plaque on the Underhill side that says, "These walls, the mansion house, the barn, and other works upon this place were designed by and constructed for Edward B. Underhill, completed in 1881. So that's a really cool part of this set of walls. So let's go to the next slide. The contributing outbuildings, when this farm was fully operable, there were tons of outbuildings. A mix of barns, residences, workshops, storage facilities that were needed to run the fully operating farm. I'm going to talk about 3 of them. Let's take a look at the first row in the center. That white structure, this was used by the Beaver Conference Center as a residential college and Soundview Prep School as a middle school classroom. Let's take a look at the first row, far right. That barn housed horses and prize cattle of the Beavers and served as an art and science classroom for the Soundview Prep School. And the middle row center, the chapel. During the Underhill era, it was used as an ice house, and they stored chopped ice from the pond. Food was stored there as well. Gene Beaver converted it to a chapel, added pews and a bell, and it was used for religious ceremonies, weddings, funerals, and Soundview used it as a music conservatory and recording studio for students. The red arrows indicate that 5 of the outbuildings were used, along with the main building, as classrooms, about 22 in total. At the point of the sale in February 2020, I was in them right before the sale. None of the shutters were attached at 45-degree angles from the windows, nor were the windows covered with plywood. The outbuildings and structures were stable. Students, faculty attended classes and were often joined by families. Next. Okay, so in our estimation, the property is undisputably historically significant. The bottom line is it meets 4 out of 5 local landmarking criteria. But there's another feature. The town of Yorktown designated the estate, the full estate, as unique in the newly adopted overlay law. That is, it must be retained because of its distinctive cultural, architectural, and historical references to the town's history. And we all know that the town operating motto is progress with preservation. It's municipal law, it's public policy, and it's our day-to-day operating premise. But in addition, New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation designated the 13.8-acre property as eligible for inclusion in the state and national registers of historic places, for Abraham and Edwards' contributions to the settlement and development of Yorktown, and for the federal-style farmhouse and the large Italian-style residence, reflecting the evolution of changing architectural taste in the 19th century. So the Underhill Farm property is historically significant at the local, state, and federal levels. Next. So why landmark Underhill Farm? We've talked about the reason. One reason is it's undisputably historically significant. The second is this. The site plan approved by the planning board did include these changes to the property, and we've established that the property was undisputably significant, the first reason for landmarking. But the second is that the site plan did not provide protection for the historic features of the property. But first, let me just tell you what the site plan did include. It included, it was approved by the board. I have it here. There were, I think it's 17 pages. It was approved on July 17, 2023. It included the following. It included excavating or eliminating, or I should say preparing the property 80% of it for construction, which would result in reduction of the open space by about a half. Close to 500 trees, or 70% of the trees, will be cut, not to mention the impact on vegetation and wildlife habitat. All 7 outbuildings will be demolished. In their place, 148 residential units will be built, 48 townhomes, 80 condominiums, and 68 apartments, along with close to 16,000 square feet of commercial and retail space. But the approved site plan fell short in one very important way. Next. It did not provide protections for the historic features of the property. The planning board acknowledged that the property is historically significant is not disputed, but left the historic issues unresolved. Next. So let's take a look at some of what those are, just a few of those. By my count, in this document, there are at least 15, maybe more, unresolved historic issues, what I will call plans for plans, related to historic issues. And only 7 need to be reviewed by the planning board. A plan that doesn't have to be reviewed or adopted is really pretty meaningless. 8 of the remaining plans for plans do not have any provisions for review or approval attached to them, such as a plan is requested for the detail entry drive for necessary modifications to gates, walls, and pillars. So our commission requested a status report on all of these plans for plans on 3 occasions, and we have no knowledge of where they stand. Have these plan reports been submitted? If so, have they been reviewed for accuracy and thoroughness? As an example, and let's look at the main house, we still don't know how the main house is going to be used. As I mentioned earlier, it's got 3 parts to it. And without knowing what the adaptive use that the Unicorn Contracting will eventually settle on, there's no way to really know if all 3 components of the house will be preserved, or what historic features like the cupola or the front porch will be protected. And then back to the slide here. Why a preservation architect never assessed each of the outbuildings? What do I mean by that? An engineer did look at the buildings, but to move them, not to preserve them. 2 archaeology consultants visually inspected them and concluded that the outbuildings should be demolished. 1 recommended an architect assess the outbuildings. Why weren't each of the outbuildings assessed from a preservation architect perspective? Tested with the appropriate equipment, not just visually inspected, and not just opinions provided, using preordained outcome reports from the owner. So to our knowledge, there's no cultural resource landscape plan that protects the overall feeling and setting of the property. And the last 2 items I'd like to comment on, a request is made to create a historical exhibit of the whole estate history. So the question is, what's in that exhibit and where will it be located? Public access is what's going to be required. And then the final thing would be how and by whom and what artifacts are going to be monitored during the excavation. These that I mentioned here are just some of the unresolved issues for the site plan.
Lynn, may I interrupt you a second?
Sure.
Just one thing you said I don't think is really, should not be said about the people who were hired and have licenses and have their jobs and reputation. To say they were working off a preordained report from the owners is inappropriate. The professionals are not in question, and I think that opens up them for an attack on their reputation.
Well, let me clarify. What I meant by that is the report the engineer provided showed all of the photos in the reports that they had been provided by the owner. That's what I was referring to. The report was created, had the photos and the documentation from the consultants in it. That's what was used. That's what I'm referring to.
What did the term preordained mean?
That the reports that they had, in my opinion, indicated that these buildings were not savable. Okay, if they read the 1A and the 1B and the historic resource or assessment reports, they all indicate these buildings are coming down. They're not going to be saved.
Once again, and I've always been a proponent of this.
Yeah.
Because I've seen it in many meetings where people want to attack a professional without having some type of proof. I do not think it's appropriate, and I wish you would refrain for the future of saying this is preordained and this is what they were led to.
Okay.
That's not fair to them. It's not fair to anyone in the room.
Okay.
And including the
But
commission.
on the other hand, I would encourage you to look at those reports and see what
I intend on.
conclusions were reached. And if those were provided to the consultants, it's hard not to use that as input as your.
Sure, the consultants came on property too and did their own inspections. and
They did,
observations.
from what I understand, they did a visual inspection, but they didn't do the probing and the testing. All I'm talking about is Visual testing, okay, without doing the probes and really doing the structural testing without standards and equipment and all that. I don't know that that's given those buildings a fair shot. That's my point.
Okay, so it's better saying that than as
Okay,
opposed
I-
to, because it did sound, it was really not appropriate to say
Okay,
they were
duly-
preordained.
duly
I
noted. I
mean, unless
accept-
you have absolute proof
Thank you, sir.
that it was preordained, you said yourself, you look at the conclusions, you could see the conclusions. I don't want to see the conclusion. I want to know if you have proof that it was preordained, because otherwise we're just attacking. Let's stick to what you're
Okay.
saying. I like your
Yeah,
presentation.
I
I think
duly
you're doing a
noted-
great
duly
job,
noted.
but I mean,
Yeah,
that
I got
wasn't
it.
right.
I got it.
And I
Duly noted.
just want to mention that sometimes we do use the same photo. Like, I'm sure some of these photos have been used before. So if his report did have photos of which you've recognized from other consultants or whatnot, it could just because that's the photo,
Yeah.
but the material he provided, he stamped, and I
Okay.
want to honor that
Yeah.
he was there with the right intent.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure these photos belong to someone else as well.
Well, those photos, as I understand it, came from all the 1A, 1B historic.
Correct.
oh,
So I was saying,
they
but the
came from-
write-up comes from you.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So I'm reading it based on that. So what you did mention just now was that the photos were from 1A, 1B, whatever these other consultant documents were, and that it looked like it was just replica. I'm just saying, the words are there. So
Okay,
whether he
duly
probed or
noted.
not, I think he
Appreciate
went and
the
did his
feed-
job right.
Thank you for the feedback. Duly noted. Okay. All right. So we're now on slide 17. Okay, so point number 3 is that without landmarking, there are no guarantees that the historic features like the main house could not be demolished in the future. And that really leaves landmarking as the main and only way to guarantee that the property's distinguished historic features will be preserved for future generations. Next. So what we'd like to do is talk about landmarking and propose that some of the features of the historic properties be landmarked. And let me just state that we feel that this property is, in its entirety, is worthy of landmarking. And we started this process actually 3 years ago, in late 2019, with a joint landmarking project with the Soundview headmaster, history teacher, and students. We were going to landmark it then. And our efforts were interrupted when the property was sold to Unicorn. So we were very encouraged at the beginning of the development process because the planning board said, we're going to focus on traffic, wetlands, density, and historic. So we go, great. But throughout the 16 months of the development review process, we consistently requested a collaborative solution that would preserve the property's historic features, our shared history, while enabling the developer to meet his financial goals. We submitted, maybe 30 memos voicing our concerns about protecting the historic features of the property, participated in a number of public hearings offering to collaborate. And we, in July, submitted a request to the owner to discuss the designation, carve out maybe 1 or 2 of the outbuildings, preserve it, and participate in creating that exhibit. And we had a personal meeting with the owner and a follow-up email with the owner in as recently as October. And we requested landmarking the historic features, saving 1 or 2 of the outbuildings, and participating in the historic exhibit for public access. Regretfully, though, the owner's response was no to all of our requests, and while we requested reasons for the no, we did not receive them. So the law says discuss the proposed designation with the owner. We've done that and more, but unfortunately our requests have been ignored or dismissed. So at the start of the development process, we had such high hopes that for protecting the property. Why? Because the planning board committed to focus on historic. And the owner repeatedly said, we're going to invest $1 million in restoring the main building. And he referenced his main building as being an iconic architectural artifact. We're going to restore it, the residents, to former greatness. So in July, when the site plan was approved, without the protection of any historic features, and given the scale, breadth, and depth of the plan changes to the property, we were left with no choice but to request landmarking, but only some of the historic features. And if you look at this chart, you'll see here's what we're recommending. We'd like to landmark the main house, the 2 parts, the original farmhouse and the Italianate addition.
Can you go back to that slide? Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So the main house, 2 parts, the original farmhouse and the Italianate addition. The main entry gate to the parking area and the pillars off of Underhill Avenue. We'd like to landmark the stone walls and pillars on Underhill Avenue and Route 118, and the iron entry gate off of Underhill Avenue and Route 118. We'd like to landmark the pond. It was built during the Civil War, and the construction has been really maintained and preserved all these years, so we'd like to landmark that. We'd also like to landmark the chapel, and we'd like to utilize it for the historic exhibit and make it accessible to the public. And then finally, the cultural landscape plan that protects the look and feel of the whole property. We'd like to get clarity on all of that. Next. So, what are the benefits of landmarking? The town has always recognized the importance of our history. Two recent examples include the restoration of the train station and the erection of the Pines Bridge Monument in Railroad Park. I think those cost around $300,000, and there was no outlay for the taxpayers, so the town preserved the history at no cost to the taxpayers. So this slide speaks for itself. Written into our town code, it says, it has been declared that the protection enhancement of landmarks are necessary too, and that is to promote the general welfare of our community, ensure that growth is managed and efficient. It supports and stimulates our economy and drives cultural heritage tourism, protects our rich historic assets for current and future generations, and provides a sense of place and identity, sparking hopefully volunteerism and involvement by our residents. So landmarking is the law, and we believe necessary to deliver the community benefits stated here. Next. So at the outset of this, I mentioned that there were probably going to be some who didn't feel landmark isn't needed. So I'd like to just address a few of these items if I could. Some feel the site plan saves the main house. Actually, this is false. The owner can amend the site plan at any time. He goes to the planning board and says, look, I have a financial hardship here. I can't make what I wanted to have happen, and I'm going to request a change to the plan that might include demolishing the main building, replacing it with a new commercial structure, okay? Secondly, some would say it stops development in Yorktown. If you think about it, landmarking really affects only a few properties. In the 7 years that I've been doing this role, I can count on 2 fingers the number of developments that involved potential landmarking. So development in Yorktown really is independent of landmarking. If you just look around, you can see all the development projects that are underway in our community. It will increase the cost for the owners. There's no evidence that we can find for this. A landmark building can actually receive an additional tax break. If anything, landmarking can make the owner eligible for a special tax break on top of the 485B tax break the owner is eligible for, such as a property tax exemption that applies to any alteration or rehabilitation of historic property designated by the town as a landmark. Number 4, it will delay construction. There's no evidence of this. If a landmark owner wants to make modifications to the property, the owner needs to obtain a certificate of appropriateness from our commission. The commission has processed 15 of these over the last 7 years, about 2 per year. We've only had 1 complaint out of the 15, and that was from the town of Yorktown's landmark, the YCC. That is because they did not comply with the law. Okay, so our policy is to overextend ourselves and to fast track all COAs when they come to us. So the next one is the chapel can't be saved. We'd like a preservation architect to evaluate it. It needs to be assessed by an architect to determine if it's worthy of preservation and assessed not by an engineer but a preservation architect. Number 6, it will force the owner to comply. Our boards routinely tell developers how to comply with building requirements. The fact of the matter is that building owners, landmarked or not, are not free to do whatever they want with their properties. Local departments and building regulations, like ABACA, our Architectural Review Board, zoning and planning, govern the occupancy, use, alteration, and demolition of structures every week in Yorktown. For example, on August 9th, the developer for the Keir Street and the Route 118 project was asked to change the siding material on his structure. It's not even a landmark by the planning board. The board asked the questions about color, seams, etc. These are the same kinds of questions that arise from our commission processing a COA. And then finally, next to last, it will restrict the owner's freedom. The town board has ultimate control over how landmark properties are altered. Should a landmark owner be dissatisfied with a decision by the commission, In accordance with the code, our decision can be appealed to the town board, who has the power to affirm, modify, reverse, or remand the commission for further consideration. So the owner has a safety valve, should it be needed. None of the 15 COA landmark owners have ever exercised this appeal. And finally, we can trust the owner to protect the property's historic features. Trust but verify. We appreciate the owner's intent to protect historic features of the property, but landmarking is needed to protect the historic Underhill Farm so it can be enjoyed by future generations. Intent is not sufficient. That's why landmarking is needed. Next.
I just have a question.
Sure.
I saw that in the beginning of this, you mentioned that salvaging the main house, the site plan could be amended, right? Which I'm in agreement with you, right? So a site plan could be amended, and then you place that because it's landmarked, it would protect the main house, correct? That's what you said. Giving it the landmark, it would be the sole protection for the main house.
Yes.
So in my experience, and I guess I'm gonna turn to you for this, Adam, I did a lot of landmark work in New York City.
Okay.
And it was a cost to the developer or the new buyer because it had landmark coding on how you change the windows and how you do infrastructure and how you replace plumbing and whatnot. So it did cost the developer money, one. And I used to also experience where it had beautiful historical, up on Lexington and in the 90s and on Carnegie Hill, amazing buildings, but they were torn down due to the fact that they were not, you couldn't restore them, or the investment was impossible. So just because it's landmark doesn't mean that it can't be deemed to be torn down, correct? I mean, I know this is New York
Correct.
City and this is Westchester,
Correct, and in fact, there's a provision in the law that
but I just want to make sure you understand, because I
Yeah,
remember
sure.
the lot lines and I remember the codes I'd have to go to in the community and how much I had to advocate for it. So I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, that's correct. In fact, the law provides for that. If there's no economically feasible use, you can apply to tear down a landmarked structure.
Oh, okay, no, just because the statement was there, so I just wanted to make sure, I have experience in that, so I wanted to make sure if I was wrong, because then I could be misjudged, so.
All right, thank you. Okay, next. So, where are we? Within 15 days of the close of this hearing, the town board, you, can agree to landmark all or parts of the 13-acre site with or without modifications, or you can reject the landmark recommendation, setting forth the reasons in writing, or you can send us back for more work, okay? So, next slide, please. So, if there's only 3 things that you take away from what I've said tonight, it's these 3 things. That the Underhill Farm property is undisputably historically significant. Landmarking the property does not result in any impediments to the property owner. And the town board, you say it's important to preserve our town-rich history. It's action that counts. Now it's time to act on your words and vote for the landmarking the historic Underhill Farm property in support of our town motto, progress with preservation. So I have some letters in support of this effort tonight, which we'll be giving to the town clerk, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank
But if
you.
you see the photos up here represent the sum of what we'd like to landmark.
The EPCC.
Okay. All right?
Thank you, Lynn.
Thanks,
You're
Lynn.
welcome. Okay.
So, there was a large part of this, was questioned about the planning board and things, so, Mr. Tegater, could I ask you to come to the podium and speak a little bit about the project? Lynn, if you have those letters, I'd just like to leaf through them if you don't mind, if they're ready to go.
Well, I told Maura I'd bring them in tomorrow.
Oh, they're coming, okay.
Okay.
No problem.
Good evening.
Hey, John, how are you?
Hi, John.
Hello.
Mr. Tegater?
Nice to see you. John Tegater, Director of Planning, Town of Yorktown. I'll start with your question about the process that the planning board went through. Is that correct? First of all, the town has known about the cultural value of this resource for years and years and years. Obviously knowing it by passing by it, as we all know, but also it was included and came up in we did a cultural resource survey in 2006. looked at all of the historic buildings in the town, upwards of hundreds of them. This was in there. It said a lot of the things that have been said here tonight and that have been said throughout this process. Subsequent to that, we...
Ron, I'm sorry, what year was that report? Do you remember?
2006.
Six, okay.
Subsequent to that, the town adopted the overlay district law in which we identified buildings that had some qualities that the board felt required additional scrutiny during any development talks on that property. Didn't mean that you could not demolish them. It meant that there had to be a discussion about the value of those buildings, to try to retain them if possible. If you couldn't retain them, to use them as inspiration for whatever development you were doing. That was the intent in that law, and I think part of the reason we're here today is because of that. Subsequent to that, this development application comes in, and by virtue of Army Corps wetland authority over some of the permitting, needed to go to DEC and the state SHPO office, which is the historical office, for evaluation. That's where we heard about the determination of its eligibility to be on the National Register. That was in 2021. That was not during the planning board process even yet. Through the process, the applicants, or the owners, I should say, consultants were working with SHPO, and over the course of about 6 months, the state historic office, who determined its eligibility, later, after working with the owner's consultants, determined that there was no alternative, no feasible alternative for this proposed project that is now under ownership of Mr. Galero, no feasible alternative to the removal of the outbuildings. So very same office of New York State. So that is the significant process that happened at the outset of the actual development application and during the ending of the overlay district adoption. What that means is that the state determined that, obviously, that there was no alternative to take them down, but they produced and required to be an agreement to be entered in with the owner. They called it a letter of resolution, in which there are mitigation measures to offset the adverse effect of losing the outbuildings. So they were clearly pleased that the main mansion was being saved, and they required some measures be taken during the development process to preserve, to the greatest extent possible, the historic nature of the property. So that was the state's, essentially, their adjudication of the historic aspect. That finished out through the planning board process. So they were making those determinations as the planning board process was starting. It did not finish until the end of the planning board process, because there's a secret process that goes along with whatever the planning board does. So at the conclusion of the planning board's secret process, the state did sign the letter of resolution, as did the owner, and that is now what they have to follow.
Just a quick question. In that report, the no feasible alternative, why did they come up with the no feasible alternative for the outbuildings?
The historical consultant hired by the owner did their evaluations and found that the buildings were in such a state. By the way, some of them are not in the, about half of them are not part of the period of significance. So they're after 1888. But that they couldn't really be used for anything in a financially feasible way. They couldn't be reused financially. To bring them up to a point where you could use them for something was prohibitive, et cetera, et cetera. And so they agreed with that report. They had some questions that went back and forth, but eventually the state did agree with that report.
So they were in really bad shape, is what.
One of them, as we speak, for the last year, has a collapsed roof. That's for certain. So yeah, most of them are in fairly bad shape.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, not at all. So now the planning board process, I want to go through a little bit. The law under which it was processed was the overlay district law, and it had some guidance in there about this property and other properties. I'll give you an example. Take the Wyant House, for instance, which was removed. That was under review for 2 to 3 years, and we could never get traction on talking about that building. The overlay law, by including this building and others, puts on notice anybody that's taking possession of a property, puts on notice that there's something in here that we're going to have to do. They know it at the outset. That's a big difference from my experience as the planning director for the town of Yorktown, because there's been a number of historical buildings that we lost, and we really couldn't get traction because the developer had already made their conceptual plans, did their numbers, and were somewhat entrenched to a certain degree in where they were going. So this made a big difference in my view. So the planning board begins their review, and under the secret law, they have to involve all other agencies that have approval authority over any aspect of the property. So for instance, they have to involve DEC, you know, New York State DEC, if there's wetlands that they are going to have to issue a permit for. They also have to involve interested agencies, which is an agency that may not have an approval, but is certainly interested in the issues that will be going on there. So for instance, like the Conservation Board, and in this case, the Heritage Commission, were interested agencies. Now, the review process always includes referrals of material, pertinent material, to involved and interested agencies so that they can inform the involved the lead agency, which is the planning board, of what their issues are. That happened. That happened in this case to a degree that I probably have not seen in my time here. So Ms. Briggs indicated to you that while there was no collaboration, they issued 30 memos to the planning board as comment memos. That is participating in the process. All of those memos the planning board got and received and took into account every comment in those memos. And you can see through the record of the planning board that everything that was brought up was looked at carefully, discussed, sent to our consultant. We have our own historical consultant. We asked the applicant's historical consultant to answer those questions or those comments. That happened repeatedly throughout the process. Not only that, as Ms. Briggs indicated, there were a number of meetings in which people were free to come and give testimony, in which they did. There was a meeting that I would call a collaborative, very collaborative meeting in which we invited all the other boards in the town of Yorktown, including the town board, to a meeting of the planning board. So we had this joint session with the Conservation Board, the town board, Historical Commission. We had one or two others. So everybody sat around the table, in this room, sat around a big table and discussed and went over the things that they were concerned with. That's an unusual event. So the collaboration, or I should say the participation on this issue, on this application, has been broad and deep.
John, I just want to back up 1 second, because you had mentioned that because of district overlay, it created, right off the bat, it created like an expectation. If we didn't have the district overlay and Unicorn Contracting bought the property, could they have just gone in, pulled a demo permit, and taken everything down as of that point if there was no overlay district?
Yes, the short answer is yes. I think that they could have pulled the demo permit without even reaching out to any other agencies in town other than getting a building department demo permit. So the short answer is yes.
All right.
Just to be clear, from the planning perspective, we never like to see things happen before there's been some
Well,
discussion.
that
of
goes
course.
back to sort of the trust but verify.
Yeah,
It sort of verifies to me a little bit of the intent
yeah,
to keep that building.
yes. So, so I think that there was a lot of participation. The planning board did a very detailed job of looking at all of the issues. The state, as I said before, has gone through this process and made a determination. Now, in terms, and this happens all through the secret process, which is the environmental quality review requirements from New York State. The planning board is obviously the lead agency on this. They are an involved agency. DEC can be an involved agency. The Heritage Commission, in this case, was not. They were an interested agency. Nevertheless, they had all of the ability to see all of the documentation and make comments on it, as I just described to you. But I think what's important here to think about is where the timing and the utility that we're talking about of this action. So any discretionary action is subject to a secret process. Now, I'm pretty sure that a certificate of appropriateness is a discretionary action. It's not a ministerial action. So in the case of a building permit, for instance, that's a ministerial action because, as John Landy will tell you, if you comply with the code, you get a permit. He has to give you the permit because you complied with the code. He can't withhold it. If you don't comply with the code, he can't give you the permit because you haven't complied. Ministerial action, right? There's no discretion there. I think a certificate of appropriateness is different. Looking at and determining what is appropriate in terms of character and material and color is subjective. Lots of subjectivity to it. I know they've done them before. I know that there's not been many problems. This project, by virtue of its size and its development potential, which is unusual to the other local landmarks that we have, unusual development potential, is much different. I think the problem that you run into, or will run into, is that when the certificate of appropriateness comes up, if you landmark any part of this, you have to rely on the secret process. So they weren't involved, notwithstanding that they were not involved agencies earlier, they were part of the process. And the secret process that the planning board has laid into their record is still a binding secret record. So you would have to reopen that, in my view, in order to pass judgment on a project of this size, which the larger it gets with the more components and the more layers of complexity, becomes more subject to subjectivity and discretion. So that means opening the secret record, and you will only open it if there's new content that we haven't seen before. Now, we've seen a lot of content. There was, like I said, from the Heritage Commission alone, there was 30 comment memos. So barring any additional knowledge or facts, the determination of significance that the planning board has made is binding. It's already done. So I think you get into a real complex situation there. I think what that shows to a certain degree is that it's clear that there has been a detailed and deep investigation of this property, along with the state, that does this all of the time for the entire state. They do it, they live and breathe it, those folks. And they made a conclusion that the planning board, between the comments that they were receiving from the local commission and the state, what they were reading in the reports from the owner's historic consultant, and what they were reading from our own historic consultant that reviewed their work and also reviewed the buildings on the site. They made this determination that the buildings can come down and that the mitigation measures that the state has come up with are appropriate. Sounds very close to what I'm hearing in terms of certificate of appropriateness. I don't think you go back and do it that again. necessarily under the seeker process. So I think you run into on this case, again, it's timing. The 2021 review by the state had the draft application for the local landmarking from the Heritage Commission. It was in draft form, but it was still, you know, a large number of pages that they were using, and I think you have this documentation, that they were using to make some of their determinations. And at least in terms of eligibility. Their eligibility form cites that draft application as part of the information that they were getting along with the owner's consultant. So timing is an issue. The landmarking effort, I don't know or understand the contention that it was, you know, interrupted. It's not interrupted now. It can go forward without owner's consent. It is going forward without owner's
Right.
consent. Now we have a problem with the secret process, and it should have been, or was probably a better moment to be talking about landmarking during the planning board process. Okay. And I don't mean just saying this is landmarkable. I mean saying
What we need for the process.
we're moving to make this a local landmark, notwithstanding what the state said, which is their right to do.
So what organization, just for the record, what state organization made all these determinations?
The State Preservation Office, goes by an acronym that everybody calls SHPO, SHPO.
And what
State
is-
Preservation Historic Office.
Thank you.
So, I really beat back on that they were ignored and dismissed. They were not in any way, shape, or form. We fielded all those memos. The planning board looked at every single one. We had meetings. We invited them to meetings. That is the typical way that you engage in the secret process when doing any review, whether it's on a wetland or a historical building. In terms of amending the site plan, of course, the applicant come in and amend the site plan. Right now, he's not. I know he's not. I know he's moving to do things with the building. I know he's making plans. But as you asked before, of course, financial hardship is always a hardship. It's in the landmarking law. So the landmarking doesn't protect it either in that regard. So what we have here, what we've achieved here is the preservation of most of the things that we've talked about, other than the outbuildings, the ponds, the walls, the house, which won't be just preserved, it will be invested in and then used in a manner that will make it feasible that it's there for decades longer and will be far less vulnerable to decay and demolition. So, again, I want to reiterate that there's the letter of resolution from the state. The planning board also did their resolution. And in that is requirements, or are requirements, such as, for instance, that the plans for the main house that the owner is working on have to go back to the planning board for approval, review and approval. It has to go back to SHPO for review and approval. There's a requirement in the resolution to monitor excavation in certain areas according to our historic consultant that said these particular areas you need to have monitoring while they're excavating in case you run into certain buried things, mostly like privies and things like that.
Of course.
Then if you find one, you excavate it appropriately and go on your way. But the point is that there is the monitoring in there. That's a requirement. It's a requirement in the LOR. It's a requirement in the planning board's resolution. The historical exhibit, requirement of the LOR from the state. It's a requirement in the planning board resolution. I know that they're working on that. The landscape, we have worked through the project to, first of all, save as many trees as we can so that when you pass by the property and you look at the property from the vantage point that most people look at it from, which is Underhill Avenue and the intersection, that most of those trees remain.
But I have a question for you on that. have a little landscaping background, but the trees look like they're invasive trees. They don't look like protected trees, and I think in the actual, in the presentation, they were noted as protected trees, when I think they were just like small shrubberies that turned into bigger trees. So you will be putting in like native, water absorbing, like better trees. We're not replacing them with those trees, right?
We're not putting in, and I shouldn't say we.
Those are like saplings that create other.
There's
Am I wrong though? Are they?
There's no non-native trees that are going back in that will be planted as part of the landscape plan, no. But some of the trees that are there now will be saved. Some may be like a Norway maple, but that's not a
Not
noxious
front end.
tree.
Yeah. Okay.
Like there's a lot of locusts there. That is not a very good tree. A lot of those are there.
Yeah, I
There's-
saw
there's-
that.
There's
So
another tree that I
I
forget.
was hoping
that,
if they would replace
yeah.
them with better
yeah,
trees.
so. The walls, in particular along Underhill, in the original proposal, were going to be taken down and moved in and rebuilt.
Mm-hmm.
We worked with the owner in a manner that we saved it in place. So that's staying intact. The gateway up by the existing entrance will be modified. It'll be widened a little bit, but those pillars will be rebuilt. Those plans have been submitted to us. So the bottom line is that it is, I think, it's a mischaracterization to say that none of those protections and none of those activities are laid down as part of the planning board's efforts, and that they are right now, as we speak, continuing. We are looking, or will be finalizing, a historic architect to look at, the engineer's report that was referenced earlier. We're working with him to make sure that those buildings have been looked at properly, essentially. Okay. So all of that's been done.
John, one quick question before you disappear. You said that in 2006 was the talk about the historical significance of the building and that report that was done.
Mhm.
Was the landmarking ever spoken about at that time? Did this ever come up? I know you've been around town a couple of years. No.
Landmarking never came up on that property. In fact, the reconnaissance survey and the historic consultants that did it did not state that as eligible. They did make a list of about 70 or 90 other buildings in town that are eligible. That was not. That doesn't matter. We know we love the building. We know.
No, of course.
Yeah, of course.
It was curious why
Yeah.
why now, not then when that report was done. Just
Right.
came into my mind.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it was in the reconnaissance survey.
And out of those you said 70 to 90 buildings. Do you know how many had been landmarked? Any idea?
The only one I can think of, and I'd have to check if it was even on the list, would be the YCC's exterior. And that's the only one that we've done in
Okay.
a long time.
All right. Thank you.
So typically on a project, how many meetings does the planning board hold before you get to either a denial or approval on a standard project?
They vary widely, but I will say that, let's put it this way. If this property did not have some of the issues that it had, in particular the historic stuff, it would have taken, you would have had one public hearing, public hearing where people could talk, and you would have had several, I would say maybe 5 to 7 work sessions in which it came up and was discussed. Those can take a long time anyway. In this case, we had, as I said, we had several meetings that were invite meetings, where everyone sat around the table. We had,
How many of those did we have?
I think we had 2 of those.
Okay.
We had meetings that we were doing almost every month in the spring of '22, I think. Maybe it was last spring, for this project. So there was extra effort in public outreach, and, having meetings so everyone knew what was going on, so.
Good. Thank you. Mr. Landy, I see you in the back. Can you come up a second? you, John?
John Landy, Building Inspector for Town of Yorktown.
John?
Hi,
Yeah.
John.
John, there were some comments made about the structural integrity of the buildings. From an understanding, first off, what did you find the condition of the buildings?
Horrendous and rodent riddled. Buildings are falling down, rotted, main girders rotted. I read most of the reports and then did a physical inspection myself. And not only did I order the buildings down, I condemned them. Nobody's allowed in them. They're that unsafe.
So condemnation of the building is just, it's too unsafe, no one could go in.
Correct.
And what was your determination on that?
Well, again, several of the roofs are falling down. The chapel itself, the whole back wall's falling off. The main girders are all rotted. I mean, speaking to even like barn builders and people that preserve them, I spoke to several myself. They don't want it. They don't want any of the beams because they're that rotted. They want nothing to do with any of them. Again, the back walls are falling off. The foundations are crumbling underneath them. We don't take it lightly when we condemn a building. I mean, it's years of experience, knowledge, reading the reports of the engineers that are involved. It's not just, the owner wants it down and condemned. No, we don't do that. If the normal buildings, if the owner wants to knock it down, he can come in, get a demo permit, knock it down. This went beyond that. This went to the stage of condemning and not allowing people in. I can't have people go in because it's a liability. They can and will fall down. And again, the buildings are filled with rodents. They're filled with, it's an unsafe condition. It's an unhealthy condition.
So we heard that there were classes being held in these buildings like a couple of years ago, eh?
Well, it's not a couple of years ago, first of all. Second of all, buildings are not like fine wine. They don't get better with age. When they're getting old, they get old, and they get old fast. When you have open roofs, when you have
Water tables, yeah.
Yeah, they just go fast. Wood goes fast. I mean, it really does. If they're not maintained, not heated, it just, and when you get animals in there, they just destroy. You've got termites. You've got all kinds of things in there.
The main house fairly well protected, though?
That is, yes. I mean, it's a beautiful, beautiful structure. The architectural, Lynn was great presentation. I learned a lot about Yorktown, and I've lived here all my life. So that is in good shape. It does need help. It needs some care, but if it does,
not a safety hazard,
not even
good.
close.
Good. All right.
Not even close. So, I mean, you could see that was well maintained where the other buildings, even though they may have had classes in them, they never maintained them like they did the main house.
In fact, I was impressed that I wasn't on the board at the time, but that Yorktown allowed it to turn into a school and then put all of the ADA, the compliances that go with the school with the fire extinguishers and how that actually, it ended up going into the foundation. They had to reroute everything to get it to go to a school. So
Right.
now that I hear about the 2006, I'm wondering,
And like John said, though, even a lot of those buildings are not that old. I mean, they're really not historical, of any historical age.
I know John had mentioned a period of historical significance.
Right.
And
Those buildings are in better shape. I'm going to speak about the chapel and the two buildings in the back. They are actually falling down. They are actually falling down. They are a safety hazard again. I did read all the reports by engineers, and they are not the opinion of the owner. These guys have licenses. They stamp these things, and their reputation, not only their reputation, their insurances are involved here. I mean, their livelihood. They're not going to just say, these things because he wants them to. Again, I have 42 years of experience in construction myself, and went in and I wanted out of those buildings fast.
So what do you say to the question that was raised by Lynn, that historical architect didn't look at them I mean, what would the historical architect find if you're saying that the back wall is falling off?
He's gonna find the back wall is falling off. He's gonna find that the beams are not salvageable. He's gonna find that the main girders are not salvageable. That's why
It's that bad.
it's that bad.
Yeah, but
The
as you-
foundations are falling. The foundation in the chapel is a stone foundation.
No, I understand that, and I think that's probably why it wasn't one of the 8 things that they're asking for landmark, because at this point, it's,
gone.
you know,
They're
it's
gone.
you're huff and puff and you blow my little house down. But I think ultimately, it's good to hear, you know, what you're saying about the main house.
The main house is again beautiful.
And obviously, we heard what John said about the wall.
I've walked through the main house. They allowed me to go through from top to bottom. I went from the attic. I am amazed at that house. It's beautiful inside. The architectural designs, and it's just gorgeous. Staircases and hidden staircases, and it's just beautiful. I love that house.
Thank
I
you, John.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I think to complete the circle, Mr. Blanchard, Unicorn, did you guys have any comments? Anything to come up with?
Well, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for calling me up here to make some comments. I'll try to be brief. My name is Mark Blanchard. I'm with the law firm of Blanchard and Wilson, and I am here as the applicant's attorney. But I think I would be remiss if I didn't take just 2 minutes and give you my background in how I arrived at being an applicant's attorney. This year is my 20th year of practicing law. When I got out of law school, I worked for 7 years for the city of Yonkers. 2 of those were as the corporation counsel running the law department. I was assigned prior to that as the counsel to their planning board, zoning board, and historical preservation board. For 2 years, I was the corporation counsel to the city of New Rochelle, also represented their historical preservation board. For 2+ years, I was counsel to the city of Peekskill, corporation counsel, running their law department, and also counsel to their land use boards, including the Historical Preservation Society. So that's over 10 years of experience of wearing the municipal hat. Now, of course, I'm wearing a private hat, working with developers. And I would say to you that I think what you received tonight in terms of the adequacy of an application was that you had a very well thought out and well presented summary of a history of a property. I mean, that's indisputable. But in terms of the adequacy of meeting a requirement to invoke a law that imposes stricter requirements on a private property owner, the application tonight was wholly insufficient. For example, when you talk about you received the presentation relating to the main structure, how there are essentially 3 components now to the main house. There was the main house, there's an addition, and there's an addition influenced by Italian architecture. By definition, under the law, and your very competent attorney is here to correct me if I misstate myself, but by definition, once the original structure has an addition added to it, it loses the eligibility. It's no longer that structure. It is a structure that was built in 1 year that was altered in another year. The entirety of that structure is now vitiated. The historical significance is lost. That's just a fact under the law. So when you heard tonight an application, very well articulated, but what you heard tonight was a little bit of a sleight of hand, if you will, with all due respect. But when you say that we want to landmark 2 of 3 parts of an existing structure, it doesn't work that way. The structure itself no longer retains that historical significance. Okay, that's just a fact. Now, and that's why also it has to be stressed that when the application was submitted to the town, we had pre-meetings prior to coming to the town, knowing full well that the main house was very important to the town. And from the very beginning, the applicant took great care to say, we are going to maintain, we are going to incorporate, and we're going to save this main house. And, you heard it very briefly stated earlier by Mr. Tegeter, the main house has influenced all the architectural proposals for the remainder of the project. So the Underhill Mansion has influenced the project, happily so, and deservedly so. But in terms of the adequacy of an application for landmarking, I would say that it does not meet. I vehemently oppose the position that 4 out of 5 of your criteria have been met. It is not, in my opinion, it is woefully inadequate for all 4 of the 5. For example, when you're talking about the relationship to the personages, right, to the family, obviously that property has, the Underhill property, the remaining 0.045% of the 300 acres, has a connection to the Underhill family, obviously. But that is not the grounds, that doesn't meet the criteria to then place the requirement, these additional requirements on that house, okay? When you're talking about the 300-acre farm, it was nice to learn that it was the best cultivated farm in your town, but that's not, just because it was the best run farm doesn't mean that now these criteria are being met, okay? So, and also, one last thing, when you talk about the certificate of appropriateness process, you heard tonight saying that, well, you're in control, right? You're the last arbiter. If we disagree as an owner, as an applicant, with the determination of a certificate of appropriateness, which would mean that we apply to make a change to the house and the Historical Commission denies it, okay? They say, we're not gonna, we think it's inappropriate. We're not granting you your certificate of appropriateness. We don't come back to this board with a clean slate. We come back having to overcome a determination. We've had some Article 78 issues with this property. Overcoming that standard is we have to show that the board, there was no place in the law for their decision, that they acted arbitrarily or capriciously. So that's a very high standard to overcome. So to sit here and have it presented to you that it's just, if we can't agree with the certificate of appropriateness and we come back to you, that's a little bit of a red herring because we're coming back at an enormous disadvantage to try to overcome that appeal. But to go back to the 5 points, and I'm almost finished, the 5 criteria, the board took a position tonight that it met 4. I think if you went through that presentation with a fine-tooth comb, you're seeing that all you received tonight was just a history, was just a summary. And the best example for me to use to demonstrate that is how the main house itself, how the additions to the house were presented to you as actually in support of a criterion when it actually takes away. It takes away from that eligibility for that house to be landmarked. So I would just also, it has to be stressed that the timing of this, right? At no time during the secret process, at no time during the planning board process was this commission precluded from submitting this application, okay? That could have happened from the very beginning, and it didn't, and that's significant because I think what's happening, and this is just my own sole opinion, but to me, having worked for the communities that I mentioned and having been through some pretty contentious meetings, especially with one of those communities, sometimes you see an application used as a tool. And sometimes you see it used as a genuine application. I would present to you tonight that, in my opinion, this application and the timing in which it was used is more of a tool to delay than an actual representation of a genuine application.
So as I represented before,
Yes.
I do appreciate opinions, and I appreciate your stating is that
Yes.
we will sit here, though, and take everything at face value.
Absolutely, please.
And just so you're aware.
No, that's why I'm stressing that I'm the sole holder of that opinion. But in terms of looking at what was presented to you tonight, in terms of criteria met, I want to stress on this record, okay, for this evening, I need to stress on this record that I am taking a position that those 4 do not meet the criteria.
So I remember certain buildings having been touched before they were landmarked because they had some levels of designations, like historical designations. So I understand what you're saying about once you tamper with why you are applying for it to be landmarked. Like if I'm landmarking it to stay in the 1700s, but it has 1800 with it and 1600 with it, and it's almost like 3 applications or whatnot. So
Correct.
And obviously, you probably ate a lot of Gino's Pizza because my uncle owns it across the street from the courthouse. So I'm sure I've seen you there. But with that being said, is there a possibility? See, because for me, I hear landmark and I hear restrictions, even for us. Like at some point there is a landmark commission, like a New York State ruling on how to run landmark, right? In my experience, which is also only my opinion based on my experiences. So I'm just curious, when you're saying that there hasn't been, you're saying that in your opinion, the main house has already been taken care of in its value. It's been discussed how precious it is to the town. You're saying you've highlighted this with the applicant has spoken about this, and you also met you said 4 out of them?
No, I'm saying you had heard this evening, the commission stood here and said to you, 4 out of 5 they took a position that it was indisputable that 4 out of the 5 criterion have been met. I'm telling you, I'm standing here and saying in vehement objection that none of the 5 have actually been met.
Well,
And that we have voluntarily, from the outset, sought to preserve that main mansion, so much so that, as Mr. Tegeter pointed out earlier, that main mansion is now the central part of our site plan approval. There are parking requirements, there are parking spaces, there's a driveway flow, traffic flow. These site plan approval conditions are based upon that building being where it is right now. To come back and amend that, of course it's possible. But to come back and amend that site plan is not an easy task. And it triggers, as was stated earlier, it would trigger a domino effect that a project of this size it's a symmetry. Everything is working together. For us to come back and now tear down and remove that building sets into motion the driveways, the traffic patterns,
You're saying
parking.
it's the hub of the site plan.
It exactly is, and it's approved. It's the hub of an approved site plan.
So
Okay,
you're-
an approved site plan upon which SECRA findings rest. That is those are approved. That's done. The time to appeal that, to file the Article 78 has come and gone. That site plan is unappealable. That site plan the ink has dried.
So the applicant, your client,
Yes.
has no intention to tear down the mansion.
Absolutely
accurate?
not. The plans.
Just asking a question.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yes, absolutely not.
My next question is you articulated quite well the one of the criterion and why it's not accurate. What about the other ones? What can you tell me about the other ones? Do you
Sure.
have them written down there?
Well, exactly. So you're talking about a possession of a historical interest or a value, right? And when you were hearing the presentation tonight on the possession of a historical interest, the possession of the historical interest, you were told how great the 300-acre farm was, which it probably was. But now we're down to 13 acres of 0.045%, right? And outside of the main house, you didn't receive any information other than conclusory remarks about the outbuildings, right? You didn't hear that they were falling down. You just heard that they were used as classrooms. You didn't get a detailed presentation on when the outbuildings were built and how they remain within the period of significance, right? You didn't get all of that information. I mean, there was insufficient information. You didn't get, there was a terms used that the landscaping should be landmarked. I have to tell you, Yorktown, from a developer standpoint, is an onerous tree preservation statute. And our consultant did many rounds with the town's consultant to go through and took a tree inventory. So now, and the landscaping, the architectural significance or the historical significance of the landscaping, there's more information provided by the applicant in the SECRA findings than it was that you received this evening. So there was no information tonight provided how the historical interest in the landscaping, historical interest in the outer buildings, right? You heard about the 3 pieces to the main structure, but other than the summary of the history of what the Underhill family did here, which no one is trampling upon, but other than hearing about the history that family name is tied to the remaining 13 acres, you didn't hear any real criteria on why those 13 acres are special, why those must remain, why those were eligible for landmarking. Okay, and then the other one was the association with the family. I kind of went into that just because the family was there. You heard about the first Underhill, a female member of the family becoming the first banking president. I'm sorry, I'm butchering that. That's not quite, but I think it's a notable achievement, a laudable achievement. But that wasn't here in Yorktown. That's presumably in White Plains or maybe some other government seat in Westchester County. But that doesn't necessarily tie to the 13 acres that remain. You're talking about the embodies the characteristic of a period. That's the one I went through with the house has 3 different structures. But I don't need to go back that. You're talking about a singular physical characteristic, right, that associates with the neighborhood, that connects to the neighborhood. Undeniable that the house itself does. But for the 13 acres, you didn't hear that, as I said earlier. A lot of these overlap. You didn't hear when the walls were built or when the iron gates were installed, or if they've been repaired, or if that iron is new, or if it's a replica, things of that nature. So all of those things, as you heard earlier, are part of our site plan that we are voluntarily preserving. But in terms of meeting the criteria, I'll put my lawyer hat back on. In terms of meeting the criteria for this board to enact a local law putting a landmark designation on what I just described, it's woefully insufficient. It's not there. It's a beautiful summary from a family that helped found this wonderful town, but in terms of what's remaining, we're doing our best to preserve it voluntarily, but the information isn't there. The facts aren't there to landmark the 13 acres. And to also and I'm sorry to keep going, but to just cherry pick, right? To saddle a property with a certificate of appropriateness requirement on cherry-picked aspects. I've never seen that before. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I've never seen a stone wall get landmarked and the rest of the property be deemed ineligible for that landmarking. To me, it just saddles a property. To me, that's not in the spirit of the law. So we already talked about how the entrance, right, to preserve that main entrance, the stone columns, it's not feasible with the traffic. But the replica, it will be widened for safer view sheds, for safer sight lines. That's going to be widened and preserved. Well, maybe I shouldn't use the word preserved, but it's going to be widened and replicated, right? In this, that's the spirit of what remains, not just cherry picking and landmarking that gate. That's, to me, I've just never seen that before.
Right. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
Sure.
John, was our historian here today? No. Okay.
Adam, do you agree with that? Has it ever been?
I've never seen that either.
It's all very unique.
Okay.
All right. So, yep. Why don't we open up for public comment? I am not going to put a time limit, but I will ask that you try to know that, how many people are on the list, Mark? 26 people on the list to speak. If something has been said already that you want to say, if you do not mind, please feel more than free to say, I agree with this person and what they said, and my point was made. Just to keep everyone able to listen to everything in the meeting, and not have to leave and go home. We do have some letters. Should I read them now or later?
Doesn't matter, you can put them in now.
All right, let me just put these in real quick. So we have one public hearing for the landmarking of Underhill Farms, today's meeting. 7 days ago, this woman learned about her name's Connie, she learned about the public hearing for landmarking of Underhill Farms, and she is in favor of the landmarking. She feels there are no legal guardrails to stop the developer, although we have heard some competing remarks on that today. And she believes protecting the stone walls, the iron gate, the pillars, the main building, a couple of the original farmhouse and chapel, and the pond, and its views and tree lines. So there's one in favor. Then this one I did want to read because it was sent to us after a letter in the paper on January 12th. Dear Acting Supervisor Lachterman, I am writing in response to the press release issued by Lynn Briggs pertaining to the landmarking of the Soundview Preparatory School. Specifically, I felt obligated to provide context to some of the vague comments and insinuations made by Ms. Briggs. This is from Matt Slater, Assemblyman Slater. After I assumed the position of Yorktown Supervisor on January 1st, 2020, it was publicly reported on February 3rd, 2020 that the Soundview Preparatory School would close at the end of the school year. Just like the rest of our community, this was the first time I learned about the school's plan to cease operations and I had no discussion with its leadership about landmarking Soundview Preparatory School or any of its building. While I certainly cannot speak to any conversations involving my predecessor during his term as town supervisor, given the school's bleak financial situation, the idea that the school leadership would have sought to landmark the property would have been inconsistent with their obligation to maximize its value in order to pay the school's outstanding debts. In fact, when various members of our community later suggested that the property should be landmarked, I consistently stated that this or any other property should only be landmarked with the property owner's express agreement. As for the Underhill House, I have always found the current owner's commitment to preserving and accentuating the structure to be genuine. After acquiring the property, Unicorn Contracting made preservation of the Underhill House the cornerstone of its project and called it the gateway to the Yorktown Heights hamlet. Unicorn's commitment to invest more than $1 million to restore the Underhill House and provide public access to it has never wavered and should be applauded. Moreover, I wish to point out that the overlay district law, which was enacted during my administration, recognizes the Underhill House as a unique structure with the intention of preserving such structures because of their inherent association with the community. Though the renovation of the Underhill House, it is clear that both the town and Unicorn Contracting are advancing this important objective. This is an exciting time for Yorktown. The Heights Overlay District is facilitating transformative projects, including Underhill Farms, that I was proud to initiate during my tenure as town supervisor. I am confident that these projects will greatly benefit Yorktown and its residents, and in conjunction with the Yorktown Planning Board and Planning Department, I am confident that the town board will both usher in a new chapter for Yorktown and uphold the character and values of the community we all love. If I can provide any other clarification related to this project or the Heights Overlay District, please do not hesitate to contact me. Wishing you the best, Matthew J. Slater. Oh. All right, more. Good evening. And if anyone approaching the microphone can introduce themselves, it's appreciated. Thank you.
Grace Siciliano. I've lived in Yorktown for 53 years, and my relatives have lived here longer than me, so it's a total of 98 years that our family has been in Yorktown. I'm going to read a letter that was given to Miss Briggs from Joan Kellner. She was unable to attend the meeting this evening, and she wanted us to read her letter. Dear Town Board, a number of years ago, a few of us locals interviewed an old-timer who had grown up in Yorktown. Born in 1926, Harry Hall and his best friend from high school, Dan Moynihan, are a testament to some of the many success stories of Yorktown's residents. Harry became chief engineer of the Domino Sugar Company, and Daniel Patrick Moynihan became a long-serving New York State senator. Harry told us a story about returning to Yorktown years after he and his family had relocated. He brought his mother, then in her late 80s, back to tour Yorktown, where she too had grown up. When his mother saw the historic homes, which were once lined our streets, had been replaced by a conglomeration of shopping centers that now make up our downtown, she burst into tears and said, "Get me out of here." That story made me wonder whether those in charge of the growth of our town have any sense that they are also the stewards of its rich history. Underhill Farm is both beautifully designed and sited. To me, it sits like a majestic and dignified patriarch of the town.
I love looking at it and thinking about its history and how important it was and is to Yorktown. I'm saddened that it already seems to be falling into a state of disrepair. Landmarking, it is the right thing to do to protect and preserve it for future generations. She comments that she fully supports landmarking and preserving the historic features of Underhill Farm for current and future generations to come. A while back when Linda Cooper was our town supervisor and Alice Roca was our town clerk, they wrote several books. I have one of them here tonight.
I just bought that in Target.
Mr. Cesare from Yorktown Pharmacy was selling the books, and I was fortunate to get the last one of these. And I really took a good look at some of the beautiful homes that were in Yorktown. Now, so be it, some of them were crotchety and had to be taken down, but many of them were magnificent structures. And it depicted our town as it really was. And I can attest, too, to the fact that when my uncle bought his home, it was basically all farmland. I remember before I was born, my sisters used to go and visit him, and they just couldn't wait to go there. It was like everyone's summer home. And then I was born, and then I had the privilege of going up to that summer cottage, too. As the fates would have it, years passed, my uncle died, and they sold the home. But I found a home directly across the street from that home. And when I moved in, it was in the 70s. It was already progressing into a more urbanized town because a lot of the farms were disappearing, and a lot of the other structures disappeared in the renovation when they came into the 60s urban renewal. And they took down some really beautiful buildings. I was told by an old timer who still lives in Yorktown, has had a home that was 106 years old, that part of the issue was they had to remove those structures to put in sewers. They could have done it a better way, but anyway, they used poor judgment on that behalf. So I have such a strong connection with Yorktown. My children had a strong connection with Yorktown. And I just want to have something that I can take my grandchildren to and say, you know how old this house is? Do you want to know the history of it? It's in this book. It's all here. And I'm hoping that they will landmark it. As Lynn stated, it has to go through a process. It has to be worked with the town board and with the residents, pro or con. It's our town. It's our building now. It belongs to us. Doesn't belong to anyone else. Sure, the builder, that's his property, but it really belongs to us. It's our heritage. I don't want this structure to go by the wayside and see it only in a book. I want to experience it. I want my grandchildren to experience it. It's happening all over. All these beautiful historic structures are being torn apart. And kudos to Mr. Galero. If he feels he can work with Lynn, then let him work with Lynn. Let the two of them work it out. We're not trying to be mean here and miserable people. We're trying to tell you that we want this home. We want to take our grandchildren. We want to see the original structure. And let Lynn work with you and Mr. Galero. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Good
Mr.
evening.
Wilson, how are you?
Brian, very good, thank you for asking. I guess I'm a newbie. I'm only here 48 years. It has been eloquently said by the town employees, by the attorney for the owner, and I think the owner needs to be commended. There's a man who, as we heard, could have come in and bulldozed the whole property and basically done whatever he wanted to do. He's willing to work, he's willing to invest. And we're sitting here, or some people are sitting here, shooting bows and arrows at him. He went through the state has approved what he's doing. They have talked about his buildings. We also heard that the others aren't worth the money to rip them down. Now we have a commission here who, in the 11th hour, looks like they're just trying to throw up a roadblock. Their other roadblocks have not succeeded, and now they're going to try their last-ditch effort. I just don't understand the progress. I've driven Underhill Avenue thousands of times in my 48 years. Anybody who can call that a gateway is deaf, dumb, and blind. That is an ugly property that's overgrown, dilapidated, and you can't see anything from the road about it. The man is going to restore it and maybe make it a gateway. So let's get on with it and let the man build his project. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Good evening. How are you?
How are you?
My name is John McMiniman. I am a very proud American history teacher for the last 35 years, teaching 7th and 8th grade American history to our kids, letting them know truly how magnificent our country is. I am a member of the Board of Trustees of the Westchester County Historical Society, as well as a member of the Board of Trustees of the Yonkers Historical Society. I have a certificate in historical preservation from Westchester Community College, and that is actually how I got involved in this project. Working with Lynn Briggs on researching the history and the people involved in the Underhill Farms estate. And I would just like to offer my own 2 cents, if you will. Before I do that, if I may, I do have a letter to submit into the record. This is from the Underhill Society of America, a letter dated January 16th, 2024, addressed to the Yorktown Town Board and Yorktown Planning Board. It states, to the members of the Town of Yorktown Town Board and Planning Board, although I am unable to attend the January 16th, 2024 Planning Board public meeting due to a personal conflict with timing, I did want to provide this letter. The Board of Directors of the Underhill Society of America commends the effort of the Yorktown, New York Historic Preservation Committee to landmark for historic preservation the former residence of our ancestors, Abraham I. Underhill and his son, Edward B. Underhill. They were descendants of Captain John Underhill, an important and historical figure in the early settlement of New England, New York, and Long Island, and the forefather of the oldest and largest Underhill family in the U.S. and Canada by way of his son, Nathaniel Underhill. Nathaniel was the first Underhill family member to settle here in Westchester County, and his descendants settled throughout the county and still reside there. Over the past 3 years, I have personally worked with the Yorktown Historic Preservation Commission, to provide the genealogical and historical documentation on the Underhill family, who migrated to Westchester County and made their home in Yorktown, New York. A lot of research and time was taken to assist in providing the necessary information to preserve the Underhill main house and provide the historical significance of the property to Yorktown, New York. As a direct descendant of Captain John Underhill and the current president and assistant genealogist of the Underhill Society of America, Inc., I implore you to approve the Underhill Farm main house floral villa application for designation as a landmark in order to preserve the original features, designs, and construction of the house. We understand that the proposed development of the 13-plus acres has been approved to take place based on the resolution approving site plan dated July 17, 2023, that is available for review on your website. We also understand that there is evidently an economically feasible reason for the development. However, on page 12 of 13 of the resolution, the additional requirement listed as, and I quote, number 30, the applicant will create a historic exhibit that displays the history of the Underhill estate that will be displayed in a publicly accessible location. The design of this exhibit and the location shall be submitted to the planning board for their review and approval, end of quote, is not enough to help retain the historical significance of the home and the property. There is no mention that I can discern to preserve the Underhill Farm main house, which has great historical significance to the Underhill family as well as to Yorktown. I urge your approval of the Underhill Farm application for designation as a landmark. Sincerely, Susan Underhill McMahon, President and Assistant Genealogist, Underhill Society of America, Inc. My friends, I would just urge you to remember that the Underhill Farm is Yorktown. It is Yorktown. You know, from colonial times through the Revolution, this property, this family, has played a significant role in the development of this town. And to let it go by really ruins who we are as a town. It's something where, as you go into the 1800s, the Underhills, the Keers, have done so much for the development of this town. I mean, really, what other people, what other families have done so much for the development of this town? And it'd be a shame to see it all go by the wayside. I would urge you in the strongest possible terms to landmark this property and to preserve at least the main house, if not the rest of the pieces that Chairman Briggs has deemed appropriate, because it is such a significant aesthetic, architectural, and from my point of view, most importantly, historical importance to this town. I would just close by reiterating that Underhill Farms is Yorktown. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Bob Giordano. Wayne Kukinda.
Hi, good evening. My name's Wayne Kukinda. I've been a Yorktown resident for over 18 years now, and I really love the idea of progress with preservation. Back in 21, a fact and fiction article was published by Underhill Farms, and they talked about how they had planned to preserve the property, and and I'm quoting here from that article, historic preservation experts and restoration professionals will be involved at every step of the renovation project. And then again, in March of 2023, they also published that they would honor the structure's history and provide a substantial inspirational benefit for the neighborhood. Then obviously in July of last year, the board approved the development, and everybody was happy they were going to move forward with preservation and preserving the property. And then I read that they plan to do a possible retail office space with a restaurant on the first floor and office space upstairs. I've been a realtor for 20 years. Been through a lot of properties in Yorktown that have been destroyed that were 150, 200-year-old homes because they thought they were renovating them historically. So to say you're going to do a historical renovation, let's go back to what they originally talked about, was using preservation experts in the process. Landmarking will help ensure that that happens. without landmarking or some other assurances other than some developer's promise, there is no assurance on how the property will be restored or preserved, other than hearsay. So I leave it to the board. I believe the property needs to be landmarked to protect and preserve it, as they had promised from the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Strini.
Good evening. I feel like the runt of the litter here because I've only lived in Yorktown for 8 years.
Joe, if you could just address the board.
Thank you. That I'm also a fellow history teacher and historian first. And so part of being a part of the civic process, as this gentleman had said earlier, is something that we teach about how amazing our America was. So sorry that I don't just want to speak to you because I'd like to speak to my community as well so they understand
They are
what
listening.
we're all here for.
But it helps the people at home
So
as well.
8 years ago, I moved into the property right here that's on the corner of Glen Rock and Underhill, and I have the most lovely neighbors that I could ever ask for to raise my children with. So as many of you have said that they pass by, we live there and experience that history every single day. Now, the historic nature of that place and being a part of Yorktown is something that we don't want to see gone forever, as many of our people in the room have belabored and said something about. Now, for us in that gateway, we see it as something that represents who we are as a community. So when we talk about, as the gentleman earlier said, the spirit of whether it's the law or the culture of the community, culture is something that's subjective. Values, norms, things that we look at as a group, and it represents us as a bigger picture, the town, the community. So the walls, the pillars, the entry gates, all the pieces that make this structure unique to who we are allows us to be the Yorktown that everyone sees when they come in. This is another example, at least I see, of we had a plan in motion. I understand the property was sold. It was aimed to be targeted to do this type of landmarking, to preserve and protect it for future generations. I personally feel some sort of worry over the overall landscape. There are so many trees that will be lost and cut down, and there will be so much of that preservation. Now, earlier you had spoke about some of the trees and some of the growth. Again, I live that every day. And so when I look at that, and not necessarily in a sense of a sustainability standpoint, but I can't tell the wildlife that comes into our properties that those are not good trees, that those are bad trees, that the growth there is not natural because it's been allowed to sit as long as it has been and maintained in a way that is outside of our control because it's been privately owned. However, I do feel that especially the trees that are iconic to the front of the building and then those that have existed that clearly show their age tell us something about the historic nature of the property in its entirety. Given the current plan, the historic house will be overwhelmed and overshadowed by this 4-story mixed-use building. Landmarking that will give us an ability to protect that structure in the way that it sits forever. And yes, I understand the sort of structural parts of it, which I think were very valuable in sharing because we do need to make sure that the building is safe. But at the same time, it's been around since the 1880s, I believe was the date that we put on it, and it's still here. It's not going anywhere. It was built in a way that we could forever look to, as many other Van Cortlandt Manor House or similar houses from an age have been able to withstand the test of time. Landmarking the features, I don't think in any sense is going to stop development. I think it's going to raise questions. That's going to give them an opportunity to allow us as Yorktown to be able to look at that monument of who we are and who everyone who's passed by and those who live it every single day have an opportunity to be able to share. I put it in a frame of, I chose to raise my family here in Yorktown, the same as for my neighbors, my children, right? Imagine it was you, your brother, your sister, and we're not talking about putting a mega Walmart in, but it has that feel in some regards of what we're adding on this property that's going to sit underneath this beautiful house that represents who we are. By landmarking it, we'll preserve those historic features for ourselves, our neighbors, our generations to come, and give our children a chance to share what so many people in here have something to defend. Thank you. Thank you for the
Thank
time.
you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Hi, Donna.
Okay, hi. I just wanted to say something on a personal note. I live on the very first, my name is Donna Sharon, and
Hi, Donna.
hi. And I have been living in the first house on Glen Rock. As soon as you turn off Underhill Avenue, I'm the first house. And I raised my 3 children there. My older 2 children had the great honor of being able to go over there and play. They befriended, this was back in the 80s, so it's going to really age me. It was Beaver Farm back then, and my daughter Maya became friends with granddaughter of one of the residents there. So they used to come back with stories of the tunnels and all the history involved in it. It was the subject of many school papers. And I just want to see the future generations be able to, not to that extent, but at least have it for our future generations, you know, and them to have that sense of history. You know, it's something personal. I think it's something personal to a lot of people in this town. And I want to see it preserved. I want the character of the neighborhood to be preserved. And I just feel that landmarking it would be a great thing. Okay?
Thanks, Ellen.
Jane Schneider.
Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Jane.
Hi, Jane.
Hi, Jane.
My husband Alan and I, who have lived in Yorktown Heights for 52 years, want to thank Lynn and the Yorktown Heritage Preservation Commission for their arduous journey in going over the house and grounds so thoroughly. We appreciate your labor of love and wholeheartedly endorse landmarking the property. The stone walls, pillars, and mature trees enhance the entrance into Yorktown Heights hamlet. None of us want a development sitting on a road directly, as is the case with the Hawaiian condos on Route 202. Since the site plan can still be amended to demolish the house, although I shouldn't be worried because I read in numerous publications and heard again that the owner will respect the site's history, we can't be assured of this. I wanted to suggest a use for Unicorn to consider with minimal renovation. What a perfect spot for a secondary clubhouse for the complex. Lectures, concerts, seminars, and films could be held there at no charge to Underhill Farm residents, and admission on a pay-as-you-attend basis for Yorktowners. Vending machines could provide extra revenue to Unicorn. Alan and I went to a fabulous Fred Small concert when it was Beaver Conference Farm, and later I attended a book lecture and signing event by a famous mother of a Soundview student. The venue was warm and inviting. Perhaps even the chapel could be used for certain programs. This part of town lacks such a space. Landmarking does not prevent implementation of a project, but will give the town more control over it. In summary, the Yorktown Heritage Preservation Commission should have a role in how the exterior and interior of the house is rehabilitated. The historical features should not be compromised. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Lieberman.
Good evening, Mark.
Mark Lieberman, I live on Wells Street. So I want to thank the town board for holding this public hearing. I'm old enough to appreciate both the benefits of growth and innovation, along with the benefits of remembering the past. I've often said, if only I kept my 1950s comic books and baseball cards. If only I kept my first car. I have great pride in inheriting a first edition set of books by Edgar Rice Burroughs. People with antiques and collectibles demonstrate their respect for what's come before us. People that do their family tree and frame photographs of their ancestors demonstrate their respect for what's come before them. There are many benefits to historic preservation, and I believe we begin this hearing coming from a good place. I say we're coming from a good place because members of this board and Unicorn have been quoted many times as saying it's their goal to preserve the mansion. I stated that one way people demonstrate their respect for the past is pride. When people have a sense of where they come from, they often have an increased sense of pride. When people have tangible reminders of their past in the form of historic buildings, people will have a sense of pride in their community. By preserving a building, such as the Underhill Mansion, we will create a local identity that residents will be proud of. And this pride in hometown can, as it's done elsewhere, attract new business and new residents. Historic preservation can help be a catalyst for establishing this feeling, and people are more likely to invest in and move to a caring community. Making the Underhill Mansion a landmark would also benefit the developer economically as well. For instance, there are various tax credit programs for the substantial rehabilitation of historic properties. Preserving historic resources also provides stability of property values and shows stronger appreciation over the long term. According to Place Economics, home and local historic areas have higher rates of appreciation than similar properties elsewhere. The premium in value is often between 5 and 20%, and these homes tend to do better when the market is moving up, and they tend to maintain value when markets decline. According to East Tennessee State University and other studies, nearby residents gain as well. Historic preservation has realized positive impacts on property values, downtown revitalization, along with its associated tax revenue. This may be because many people feel a deep-seated connection to old places and enjoy being in places which have years and years of history. Historic buildings convey an image of quality, which increases resale values, as well as tourism drawn in by the historic character of the area. To wrap this up, I want to emphasize that historic preservation savors our past while it strengthens our future. By preserving Yorktown's historic structures, we are able to enjoy and share very spaces in which the generations before us lived. It's a visual and tangible conservation of our very identity. Unicorn has stated often, quote, "The main Underhill house dates back to what historians deem a period of significance and retains historical integrity. Therefore, it benefits all parties for this town board to approve making the Underhill house a landmark." Thank you for your time today and for considering our past, our present, and our future in your deliberations and in doing the right thing for the town on this occasion. So those were my prepared remarks. I just want to add how disappointed I am in the decision you have telegraphed tonight to all of us. to the benefit of the developer.
I don't know.
Not allowed to ask questions, I guess.
Mike Cataldo.
Good. Hello, everybody. Mike Capalbo, I've been here for 30 years. My in-laws have been here over 100 years. I can't help but think that history is being used as a Trojan horse by a group of people who want to impede this project because they don't agree with it. If this is so historically, undisputably significant, if it is Yorktown, why isn't it taught in the schools? My daughter went through the entire Yorktown school system, and she was a Girl Scout and a Brownie. No field trips, never been taught, never had to write a paper on it. If you want to preserve history, you preserve it in the hearts and the minds of the next generation. Now, as far as the presentation, I found it confusing. What part of the project are they okay with? I mean, I saw a hodgepodge of this fence and this urn and this part of the building. What part of it are they okay with? I saw nothing to that extent. It was a good history lesson. I found that interesting. But it didn't answer that question. The other part of this is, look at what we have. We have 2 emergency access roads that are completely overgrown, cannot be used. We have buildings that are condemned. What if we don't go forward with this? You know what you're going to have? One more building that'll eventually be condemned. So if you want to preserve it, you will go forward. And I totally agree with the timing of this. This is a last-ditch effort. This approval predated the election. You were in favor of this, and you were reelected, Ed Lockerman. Patrick Murphy was in favor of this, and he was elected. Tom Diana was in favor of this, the late Tom Diana, and he was reelected. The people have spoken. This is a democratic process. You were in favor of it, you got reelected. I think this is obvious, transparent, disingenuous attempt by, and I think rather cynical, group of people who want to circumvent the democratic process to impose their will and stop a project that's already been improved. So I think you should go forward. The decision's been made. Enough's enough. A lot of people want to put their hands in somebody else's wallet and do all these things. They want to have concerts, which what will happen with those concerts for the next pandemic? So I think this is really, we should see what this is for, what this is, and this is just to throw sand in the gears. So you should go forward as you've already chosen to.
Thanks, Mike.
You know, I'd like to just make 2 comments, because during the meeting, I actually admonished both sides on some comments that I did not think were appropriate. Mark, I found your comment very inappropriate. I think that my board, myself, have been listening very intently to all sides, asking some good questions. And Mike, yes, I am for the project as it preserves the building, but my decision process is not made. That's why we're here today. I would not be sitting around spending time if I made a decision, because we could have done whatever. We could have just called it. That's not the process. It's not democracy, and that is important to me and important to the people sitting up at this table, all of us, no matter what party we're from. And I find it very offensive to say, you people have made up your minds. I wouldn't waste everyone's time in this room, and I would appreciate if you have that feeling and you want to talk to me later and you want to ask my opinion. As you could tell, I'm more than happy to give it. I appreciate the work that has gone into this on both sides, and I think we all owe it to keep an open mind and listen to what is being said. Thank you.
Paul Moskowitz.
All right,
Hello.
Paul.
Hello, Paul Moskowitz, resident of Yorktown for, I don't know, going on 50 years. That means a little less than 50. I think that's irrelevant, whether you've lived here 1 year or 10 years or 100 years. But everybody's saying that. So I'm going to review a little bit of history, and that is, I believe that we should not undervalue the presence of stone walls. My particular community, part of Yorktown, can be characterized by narrow roads lined with stone walls. I heard the chairman of the Preservation Committee refer to the stone walls, and I believe the representative of Unicorn referred to them derisively. About 20 years ago, the planning board, in its wisdom, that's sarcasm if you don't get it, decided that we would be a lot safer if all our stone walls were bulldozed and our roads were straightened out. This was outrageous. At least we the residents were outraged. We went to court. We sued the planning board. We had the support of the police traffic safety officer, the traffic director, an independent traffic consultant, many other town people, town agencies. And the judge agreed with us. He agreed that the decision of the planning board was arbitrary and capricious, and we won that lawsuit. And the stone walls are there today, that those members of the planning board aren't, though. So to get on to this particular property, at a previous hearing, maybe 10 years ago, one resident said that developers treat Yorktown as an ATM. That is, they buy a piece of property which is zoned for single-family houses, and they get the town board to rezone it for multifamily housing at greater density, and they make $1 gazillion without doing anything more. So our Preservation Commission has suggested that we would like to preserve the main house on this property. And in order to prevent, or at least to slow down the possibility that someone will come along in 5 years and decide that they'd like to tear down that house and put up another 50 residential dwelling units, because that's consistent with the new zoning, I think that we should landmark it. What will be the cost to the developer? Well, instead of making $1 gazillion on the property, which he's already done, he's got the rezoning done. It's been rezoned from the possibility of 13 houses to 148 houses. I won't go into the wisdom of doing that. However, what I can say is that by landmarking that house and declaring that it should be preserved, it will cost the developer another $1. So his profits will be $1 gazillion minus $1. I don't think that it's worth his time and effort to oppose the landmarking. I think it exposes us, the town of Yorktown, to the possibility of having that house destroyed. So I suggest that we go ahead and landmark this property. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
Along with the stone walls, not just the house.
I love the walls at the gate
stone
and even
walls.
the steps at the
Why
beginning.
do we have to take down all the stone walls?
They don't intend on.
Because it's more convenient for developers?
They're not going to.
They don't intend on.
Okay,
That was
they
not
don't
the-
intend, but they're opposed to landmarking them. We've heard the chairman of the Preservation Commission say that, put on a list, that they're not listed to be preserved. Intentions change.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Susan Janeshaw.
Good evening. My name is Susan Janechel. I am not a resident of Yorktown, so I have not lived here at all. I am really impressed with so much that I've heard. Again, my name is Susan Janchel. I'm a landscape architect and an urban planner. I've been practicing in Westchester for the past 30 years or so. I am also a past president of the Westchester County Historical Society, as well as a adjunct professor teaching urbanism at Fordham University. So I spend a lot of time thinking about these issues, from the design standpoint, from the planning standpoint. I've sat on my planning board in Ardsley, New York for the past 6 years already. I've been a part of this process as a representative of towns, reviewing applications for towns and villages. I've been an applicant myself. So what I want to say is I'm hearing all the sides and I'm getting all the emotions that you feel at these. You want to go one way and the other. And there's a lot of information out there that pulls you in one way or the other. And I can't address all those things. The only thing I could bring in is a special perspective of the landscape architect and the urban planner. And I work with historic sites, particularly in Westchester. Just recently, I completed a cultural landscape report for the Odell House, Rochambeau headquarters, and that's what I want to come and talk to you about. The perspective of landscape. We've heard the word landscape a bunch of times tonight. It's not about vegetation. It's about the historic scene. It's about maintaining the meaning of place in its integrity as a whole. And I can't speak to this application because I have not really studied what has been proposed, but what I do recognize is that the analysis is not there. The applicant's attorney said that the analysis is not there. We don't know what's important. We don't know what's not important. How could we say we want to do that if we don't know? Well, if we don't know, we want to find out before we destroy it. So that is what is being asked here. There's a purpose for landmarking, and there's a purpose for preservation laws. You know, we learned that from the past 100 years of history, that if you don't protect it, it will go by the wayside. From my particular perspective, I want to introduce you to the Cultural Landscape Report, which is a type of analysis that's done by landscape architects who are specializing in history that looks at the historic scene. So it's not just a building here, a building there, a wall here, a wall there. It is an analysis that looks at the entire site in a very regimented way, as prescribed by the National Park Service. And I invite you to look at what we did for the Odell Rochambeau headquarters to understand how in-depth an analysis can really instruct both the town as well as the owners of the site of what is important. And if you don't look at it now, it's going to be destroyed. And that's, I think, what's being asked here. Protect it before it's destroyed, because it's not going to be rebuilt. It's not a tree that could grow again in 100 years. Once you eliminate history, it's gone. So protect it. This document can be found online, or you could get in touch with the Rochambeau headquarters, and we could actually send you a PDF.
What's the name of the document?
The Odell House.
It's a cultural landscape report for the Odell House Rochambeau headquarters, and it's just a sample. I also worked on the Mearstead property similarly.
So if I were to Google it, what would I Google?
Odell House Rochambeau headquarters. You'll get the contact for Susan Seal. You could email her, and she'll get you the link to that. Or you could also just email me, and I could send you the link as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Can you make sure that Maura has your email address? Thank you.
Sheila Schreier.
Good evening. My name is Sheila Schreier. I live on Colonel Green Road. Colonel Green Road is in Croton Heights, which is one of the most historic, if not the most historic area and the entire town of Yorktown. So I absolutely appreciate preserving history. The town of Yorktown has reached an inflection point, and it is up to this town board to decide who we are and who we're going to be moving forward. The town motto is progress with preservation. I've been looking at it all night. While we have seen progress, some of it, in my opinion, questionable, there's been precious little preservation. With all the clear cutting of trees for various projects in the last several years, they have turned the sign near Town Hall, Tree City, USA, into a joke. When my husband and I were looking for a house in 1975, I know, don't say how long you've been here, to move from the Bronx, we instantly fell in love with Yorktown and its bucolic atmosphere. We still love our house and our property, but we are alarmed at some of the changes, and not for the better. So much building of commercial properties when there are so many empty storefronts. How wise was it to cut down so many acres of trees, which are the lungs of the planet, for a solar farm? So now the town board has a unique opportunity to preserve something for now and forever by landmarking Underhill Farm, one of the few vestiges left of our history. That is the only way we can preserve it for future generations. The Yorktown Heritage Preservation Commission has been urging landmarking for years. I love your presentation. The Office of New York State Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation declared the entire property eligible for listing on the state and national registers of historic places. When the overlay district was created, it was called, and I'm quoting, unique to be retained for cultural, architectural, and historical references to the town's history. It is irreplaceable. Once it's gone, it's gone. I strongly urge the town board to landmark this property. Thank you.
Thanks.
Lynn Schultz.
Hi.
Hi, how are
I'm
you?
Lynn
Hi.
Schultz.
Hi, Lynn.
I live in the ex-Rockefeller house down by IBM in Yorktown. So a little bit of historic there. Can I ask you a question? I don't know if we're allowed to ask questions.
If you could ask, we might not be able to answer right now.
I just wanted to know if the house is not landmarked, can it be knocked down?
Even if it is landmarked, it could be taken down.
Yeah, even if it is landmarked,
So-
it can be knocked down.
That's a common misconception that landmarking it is going to automatically, instantly prevent it from being knocked down, which I'd like to say, it has been indicated on several occasions that that's not even a consideration. But, you know, I don't want it to be misconstrued that we're saying it's going to be knocked down in the newspaper tomorrow.
No, I get
but,
that.
But yeah, so.
Would
and
you
that's-
say that
that's one of the
making it
common-
landmarked makes it more difficult to knock it down?
I don't know about the process. I have a little research to do based on some comments that Lynn made today and some counter comments. So I can't really answer that question in its entirety.
Because it seems to me, listening to both sides of everything that's been presented today, that everybody loves the house.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, whether you were for the landmarking or not for the landmarking, everybody wants the house to
Exactly.
preserve. So it would seem that if landmarking preserves the house or makes it more difficult to knock down the house, or in the case where they were saying about, you know, putting in restaurants and things like that, you know, taking care of the interior to make sure that that's, you know, and landmarking doesn't necessarily mean that it's more difficult for the builder.
There's a difference of opinion on that.
Well,
too,
there
yeah.
definitely is a difference of opinion.
So.
Okay, so I'll just give you a little bit of what I wrote, and I'll try to make it quick because I know everybody is tired. And, everybody's mentioned about the progress with preservation, and we've seen lots of progress in Yorktown. We've seen bars being swapped for medical centers, Uncle Giuseppe's coming in, reviving that area, and now the approval of Underhill Farms. And it seems a little bit like the cart's behind the horse here because it seems that this has been approved already. So it seems to me what we're really talking about here today is landmarking the house so that nothing happens to the beloved house. And while Unicorn has indicated that they're going to keep the main building intact, and this has been mentioned before, I'm already discouraged to see what it looks like from the outside with boards on the windows, with the shutters hanging off. If this is going to be a beloved piece, they should be taking care of it now and not, I'm not sure what they're waiting for. Way too often towns have witnessed assurances of preservation only to see the owner move on to maximize profits at the expense of historic buildings. In this case, losing Underhill House would represent a tragic loss for Underhill. Landmarking a business can be a win-win for everybody. The New York Historic Homeship Rehabilitation Credit Program offers state income tax credit to 20% of qualified rehabilitation expenses associated with the repair, maintenance, and upgrades. So that's a big number for someone wanting to go in and do that work. In addition, a building would be of great interest. I own a business in Yorktown, myself, and a beacon to the community. So there's a lot of reasons why everybody here wants to preserve that house. Landmarking is protecting the community's history. Landmarking is part of Yorktown's motto of preserving. If Unicorn Contracting is true to their word of wanting to maintain the Underhill House, then there should be no objection for them to ensure while they own it, and there may be other owners in the future, that the house is protected. I own a non-profit animal sanctuary because animals have no voice and they need someone to give them a voice. Historic houses also have no voice, but they need someone to protect them and to protect their history. Today is the chance for each one of you to do exactly that, to be a voice for the house and for the community and vote to landmark it.
What's the name of your business?
Tri-State Marketing.
What about the animal sanctuary?
That's Harvest Moon Sanctuary.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Thanks, Lynn.
Mel Tansman?
I really think I'll pass because I have nothing new to add, and I will defer to the historians and the other experts here.
Thank you, Mel.
Respectfully.
Thank you, Mel.
Marcia Stone?
Hi.
Hi, Marcia.
How are you?
I take this off for you even though I've had 3 viruses in 3 months.
Oh.
So I'm trying to be proactive here.
You're feeling okay, though?
Yeah, today.
Good.
Thank God. Thank God.
All right, Marcia Stone, 38-year resident of Yorktown. I'm here to speak in support of the landmark designation for the Underhill Historic House in particular. Progress with preservation, that's the motto of Yorktown. It's right up there on the wall right behind you. Now, you have an opportunity to live up to this motto by approving the landmark designation for the historic house. I'm going to focus on the house. Do the right thing and approve it. Not just for now, not just for this developer and this owner, but for all future owners, because there's no guarantee this owner is going to continue to be the owner in the future. And although you say it could be torn down, there are certain protections that come with landmarking status. We just lost another old house in Shrub Oak this week. And this is happening more and more and more in this town. Okay, people are not stepping up to preserve them before they have to be demolished. Let's not let this happen to this house. And as was just said, unfortunately, even this developer is not working on maintaining this house right now. It's falling apart. It's starting to fall apart in front of our very eyes. Yorktown has a proud history.
The Underhill family was a big part of that history. Although the property has had several owners since the Underhill family, each use respected the house and the land and preserved the property. Unfortunately, the planning board has approved the complete redevelopment of this property, which will include townhouses along the west side of the property, a condo building in the back on the north side of the property, and an apartment building on the east side of the property, which will block part of the views of the house from 118. Directly from the Underhill Farms website, this is stated: the centerpiece of Underhill Farms will be the restoration of the historic Underhill house and its reopening to the public. Underhill Farms will preserve and restore Underhill's house to possibly include a new restaurant and office space on the upper floors. The 40-foot tall rental apartment building will start 30 feet behind the historic house and wrap around on its side. It consists of almost 100,000 square feet of residential area and over 10,000 square feet of commercial space, dwarfing the historic house in front and to the left of it. So in addition to possibly turning the ground floor of this historic house into a restaurant, this development is adding a lot of commercial space right behind the house. Commercial space that we don't seem to really need here, as evidenced by the empty stores that we already have. Turning that house into a restaurant would destroy the character of the building. The current code requirements to approve a restaurant there would massively change the nature of the building, especially, I'm assuming, in the back, with venting, air conditioning units, whatever it is, all the codes would have to be followed. The dumpster. I mean, you're going to massively change the character of the building in the back. And that's going to be in the 30 feet between it and the apartment building. Giving landmark status to the Underhill house is the only way to ensure that it will be preserved now for posterity. Live up to your motto, progress with preservation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marshall.
Thanks, Marshall.
Paul Jeffries.
Just on my way outside. Timing is it. Hello, everybody.
Hello, Paul.
And I appreciate the fact that you're taking all this time and giving us a chance to do all this. I have to say that, in a way, I see that there's a lot of passion on both sides of this. And I know there's a lot of self-interest in these different points of view. At the end of the day, it comes down to a simple thing, and it's a personal experience for me. When I was a kid, I grew up on Long Island. There was a building very similar to what we're talking about called Rock Hall. When I was in 7th and 8th grade, we took history in class, as we all had history and civics lessons. And we all had the opportunity to actually go to see this particular place. This was very significant in my life. I don't mean it changed my life, but it gave me a perspective, and it gave me a way to understand something that I hadn't understood before, that we're all part of a link in a chain to other generations. Now, I understand in the era we're living in now, we are looking for anchor points. This may be an anchor point that might be important at some point in the future for young people to, again, feel a sense of the community, forget community, a sense of connection to something that's much bigger and much more important. It's a personal thing for people. I know that there's an awful lot of information floating around here. I am just a lay person. I have no idea about the laws and all the things that these people say. I understand everybody has a good, these presentations are terrific. And you're going to have a hard time because these presentations are so good, and you're not going to be experts in this at all at the end of the day. It's not possible. But anyway, I hope that you can understand from a person's point of view like mine that it was important to me as a young 7th and 8th grader to see Rock Hall. That was the name of the place, Rock Hall. I will never forget. It was an 18th century building, a manor house just like this, where George Washington had stayed, actually. Of course, I understand he stayed every place. But nonetheless, it was very exciting to see, and it made me feel a part of America. It made me feel a part of something big, not just my community immediately, but of America in general. Good luck.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
Sarah Wilson.
Good evening, Sarah Wilson. I'll be brief. Most of the point, I am in favor of landmarking. Most of the points have been made earlier. I guess my key takeaways are that we all seem to appreciate and agree the value of the house, the walls, the gate, etc. In my view, we do meet the criteria on at least 2 points, which are associated with a historic personage. I mean, we are calling this Underhill Farm after the Underhill family, and it certainly is a familiar feature in the neighborhood. I really don't understand the argument that landmarking somehow makes the property less protected and more vulnerable, similar to the woman in the Harvest Moon Sanctuary. You know, landmarking doesn't prevent the owner from developing the property in an appropriate way, and you, the town board, have the final say on that. And so it's great that there have been certain revisions to the plan, that the walls are going to be intact, and that the gate will essentially kind of be replicated to look similar to how it looks now and be safer. But I would just strongly recommend that landmarking will bring benefits and help us preserve this beautiful property. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks, Sarah.
Jenny Steinhagen.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
My name is Jenny Steinhagen. I come to you from Down County in Tuckahoe. If I could just share a few respectful remarks and then also read a brief statement from Barbara Davis, co-director of the Westchester County Historical Society. I am the chair of Tuckahoe's Historic Preservation Commission, and I can draw a direct line from the success of our legislation and the properties that we've been successfully able to landmark in the last couple years to Yorktown. And that is because I participated as Mr. McMenamin in the Westchester County Community College and SUNY Peekskill Historic Preservation Certificate Program. And I also did my field study in Yorktown. And I believe that Yorktown was chosen, yes, because Lynn Briggs is a rock star. And I say that with a great amount of respect. To have a volunteer who puts the time and energy into the valuing the history of her community is a treasure, and she is well respected in our community. But also, I think Yorktown was chosen because you have a respectable ordinance. And we in Tuckahoe took a lot of elements of your ordinance and built them into ours. For example, the 5 criteria that you have, we have those same 5 criteria. Those come from the New York State SHPO Model Landmark Law. And we evaluate those, as I believe your planning board and ultimately you as well do, qualitatively. And to quantitatively have 4 out of 5 of those criteria met certainly is a gem. I know that we are often evaluating the historical, architectural, social, cultural, and economic value of those properties. And to have one that represents all of that, the way that this particular property does, I know that it's a true treasure. I also, I believe that in historic preservation legislation, in Westchester County, I believe out of the 44 municipalities, 23 have some sort of ordinance or legislation. I have yet to come across a time frame with those. So I believe that landmarking can take place at any point that a accepted nomination is brought before the board and deemed to meet the criteria. So it seems as though this path, I put myself into your shoes, and this path that's laid out before us, we have the criteria, we have the objectives that are met, and our path set forward. So I would urge you, and thank you in advance for, and to Lynn too, for keeping Yorktown the high model that it is, I think, for the rest of us in the county, and so respected. And if I could briefly read the comments from Barbara Davis, who unfortunately couldn't be here in person. Barbara comes from New Rochelle, but the Westchester County Historical Society is located in Elmsford in the County Record Center. The Westchester County Historical Society is one of the oldest historical societies in the county, marking 150th anniversary this year. And I'm now speaking first person as Barbara, We have had a long relationship with the town of Yorktown. In the 1960s, the Society partnered with the town to save and restore the Davenport House. Westchester County Historical Society is in the business of preserving, protecting, and promoting the history of all parts of the county. Preserving the properties that best reflect that history is part of our mission. The Underhill Farm is one of those properties. It is not only significant on a local level, but its buildings are some of the few extant structures that reflect the county's agrarian heritage. You have a tremendous opportunity before you. I encourage you to seize it. You have the chance to prevent this important history from being lost forever. You have the chance to use the knowledge and talents of the Yorktown Heritage Preservation Commission, members of whom were appointed by the town board, and develop a win-win plan for your community, for the developer of the property, and for future generations. You have the opportunity to provide Yorktown with the benefits the new development the board has embraced, while also proving that this town's history still matters. That extraordinary history of your town is indeed part of what makes Yorktown a good place to call home. Yorktown was the first community in Westchester to enact a local historic preservation law, which is not surprising given the breadth of history that has taken place here and the places that relate that deep heritage. The Davenport House, previously mentioned, as you are well aware, is the only surviving structure in Westchester County which was held by Continental troops throughout the Revolutionary War as a command post. The property was the command post for Colonel Christopher Green and the 1st Rhode Island Regiment, and was the site of the Battle of the Pines Bridge in 1781. The house is now protected as a result of your local landmarks and ordinance. The Underhill Farm property, it fulfills the same criteria. The staff of Westchester County Historical Society has been involved with scores of historic structures. We are pragmatic and realistic about the viability and sustainability of older buildings. When we were asked by a representative of the developer to assist with locating salvage companies for all the buildings on the property, except the main house, my colleagues and I looked at the photos they sent over, and our universal response was, salvage? The buildings all had clear hallmarks of well-built early construction. They've survived for decades because of the durable materials and methods used to build them from the 18th and early 19th centuries. A few months ago, Lowhead newspapers featured a photo essay on Yorktown. The lead description at the top of the page was historic. I urge you to uphold your local ordinance to ensure the harmonious, orderly, and efficient growth and development of the town while safeguarding the town's historic, aesthetic, and cultural heritage. So thank you for your time, and thank you for being the leaders and the work that you do.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
So, without, telegraphing my intentions, which I thought was a cheap shot political comment that's not welcome here, have you ever seen something get landmarked in pieces like this wall, that section? Have you ever seen anything?
Not only have I never seen that,
You have or haven't?
I have not
Okay.
come across the suggestion that an addition to a property disqualifies that property. Never have I come across that. In fact, and the great Stephen Tilley is here, I don't know if he's on the list, but a well-renowned historic preservation architect talks about the historical continuity of a building. We deal with this all the time on our commission. If you're landmarking something and you get a certificate of appropriateness, are you bringing it back to the day it was built, the year that the battle took place? It's all valuable. So this gorgeous property with these 3 distinct elements of it, I think kicks it up a notch. So no, not only have I not seen that disqualified, I've seen that enhance an application.
Thank you.
Cool, thank you again.
Thanks, Jenny.
Martin Costello.
Good evening.
Good evening, Martin. How
It's
are you?
getting late, right? So I won't mention the things that I had in mind. But the one thing that struck me during this discussion this evening, even though the developer talks about wanting to preserve the house, but yet he does not want to landmark the house. And I'm thinking to myself, well, why wouldn't he want to landmark the house? And I would just urge the town board, who are chosen to protect the benefits of the community, that they would look to us, the community, not to the benefit of the developer, to landmark this property, because I just don't know, and I guess the cynical side of me says I don't trust what he might do with that over time, and that the way to preserve it would be to landmark it. I don't see any downside to the developer. I don't know why he has his lawyer up here denigrating the idea of landmarking and saying it's really not historic and it doesn't fit the criteria and all that stuff. So I just think it just makes more sense to me that you guys landmark it, and because you want to preserve it for the good of the town. You guys are here because you're basically public servants, and we appreciate that. Being here at 10 o'clock at night when you'd rather be home is not easy. And also Lynn Briggs, who is a volunteer and did a beautiful job tonight, and I want to recognize that publicly. All the effort that goes into presenting something like this is all volunteer. So I just don't understand why the lawyer or the lobbyist or whoever else is here on behalf of the developer objects to landmarking it. If he's saying he's going to preserve, okay, let's landmark it. I'm good with that. Anyway, that's all I want to say. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Martin.
Jane Daniels.
I'm Jane Daniels. I'm a longtime resident of Yorktown, 50 years. I am speaking on behalf of myself, not as a representative of any organization. Because you know me with tramps.
With different hats.
I have a very different hat on. I should have switched it. I am very much in favor of landmarking. I really appreciate the time people spent to come up here with their prepared talks. I appreciate you guys sitting up there and listening. And Ed, I compliment you on saying, let's keep it civil. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jane.
But I'm not going to go into all the details, but I do know what Paul Moskowitz said about the stone walls. They're there and they belong there. Let's keep them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Jenny Sunshine. Prepared statement I'd like to share.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's not a long statement that I have, so I'm just going to read the whole thing, even though maybe it's repeated a little bit.
Take your time.
Hi, Jenny.
Hello, thank you so much for allowing us to have this meeting tonight. I really, really appreciate it. So the residence of Edward Burroughs Underhill was completed in 1881, and which is the present day Soundview Underhill estate that sits right there. And notice how it's dark. When it's built, it won't be dark anymore. There'll be lots and lots of lights. So it's the last 13 acres of the Underhill estate. Who is the founding father of Yorktown? Then I want to also mention the railroad station or railroad park, which is about right there across from Uncle Giuseppe's Marketplace. In fact, our trailway, where people like to bike and walk, is where the old train tracks pass through, which is why this lengthy and preserved path exists. This railroad station put Yorktown on the map and is the reason why our town was created. This Putnam division of the New York Central Railroad stop was created next to the Underhill estate, which was actually much larger than it is today. So the Underhill house actually and the land spread all the way where we are now, and then it spread all the way that way as well, around where the railroad station was. And I mention this train station because it's not only the reason why our town began, but because the leadership of Yorktown in 1981 realized its important historical significance to our town, they had it designated on the National Registry of Historic Places on March 19th in 1981. And so, if this train station can be deemed so important to remember and be nationally listed and be considered significant, then it makes sense that the Underhill site, its neighbor, right nearby actually, should be recognized as well. Both the Underhill land and the train station existed at the same time back in 1884, 1885, and 1886, and had quite a connection since Mr. Underhill and his staff may have used this station maybe to move wool products, sheep, cattle, or other goods, or for other personal transportation. At this time, Yorktown's population had grown to about 2,500 individuals. So we can imagine a bustling train station. And on part of Mr. Underhill's land, actually, at that time, our first general store was built, and a post office, which was actually named the Underhill Post Office. At this time, there were also 5 other stores, a hotel, a schoolhouse, a wagon maker, a meeting house, 2 blacksmith shops, and a Methodist Episcopal church, and an Orthodox Friends house. It's exciting to think that all of this existed literally right under our feet where we are today. And if you love Little House on the Prairie like I do, I love this stuff. It's so exciting. Westchester County has about 145 landmarks or historic sites that are listed on the National Registry of Historic Places. Yorktown only has 3 places listed: the railroad station at Railroad Park, the Friends Meeting House on Quaker Church Road, and the old Croton Dam that is within the Croton Reservoir. In contrast, Yonkers has 27 registered places, and Ossining has 13. So perhaps Yorktown could add 1 more. Many of our 36,000 residents love history and want to see it preserved. You have the power, as our elected officials, to make a lasting impact. What legacy would you like to leave within Yorktown? You have an opportunity to honor our founder and his history. You have a chance to honor all of the people in Yorktown by landmarking the Underhill property and having it listed on the National Registry of Historic Places, showing the rest of Westchester that we are special and unique. But mostly by landmarking this property, you are honoring your children and all of the future generations when they might see the Underhill property 100 years from now, and they will be proud to know that their father, grandmother, and maybe grandfather made a difference on this day. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jenny.
John Flynn.
Good evening, members of the board, and hello to our town clerk as well.
Hey, John.
My name is John Flynn. I live across the street from the Underhill estate in a condominium, so I have no axe to grind against multifamily housing here. I wanted to just, I think there's 2 central questions to this, to the decision you have to make, 2 sub-questions. One has been talked about quite a bit, and that's whether the Underhill estate, given its history, its unique architecture, cultural aspects of it, it merits being receiving extra special protection as a local landmark. And that's been, I think, hashed out pretty comprehensively tonight. The second part of it, though, is what I want to speak to, and that's once if you reach an affirmative in that first question, you might also then say, well, on the other hand, the planning department and the planning board's decision to with their approval resolution and their approval of a site plan, that seems to have protected it pretty well. There was some, I think there was some allusion to that in John Tegeter's comments. But what I want to do is basically speak to that issue based on my experience as serving on the planning board for 15 years, and just run through some case histories of some of the projects I've worked on, or the planning board has worked on when I was on the board. And I know Ed and Sergio, you've both been liaisons to the planning board, so you know quite a bit about this. But just for the record, I want to just mention a couple things. And that is first just looking at the approval resolution, the site plan. They are by design meant to be flexible. They're not supposed to be carved in stone. Just because it would be unfair to the applicant, unfair to the town, unfair to the citizens. The environment changes, and the site plan very often has to change with it. I'll give you some examples of how we end up with a built environment that differs from the site plan. Toward the end of my term on the planning board, we approved a project on Keir Street. And that project required to have a dumpster in an enclosure built around the dumpster. And about a year after the building was finished, a second dumpster appeared next to the enclosure, and has been there ever since. And it's not. My point isn't that whether it's good or bad to have an unenclosed trash dumpster, but rather that just in the day-to-day use of a property, some things are basically you're going to stray away from the site plan, or in this case violate the site plan in that resolution. Now, one of the more complex, that's a pretty simple case. Now let's move to a more complex one. And Sergio, you mentioned the number of meetings that had to be held in order to get to a plan approval on this unicorn project. Well, this was a more complex project than that. It was to build a big box store out on Route 202 next to the Taconic Parkway. And this was more complex because it required a full environmental assessment be carried out. The Unicorn project didn't go to that extent, and we had many more meetings on that project than were held on the Unicorn project. That originally it was going to be a Costco store. Then that deal fell through, and so the site plan was revised to accommodate a different configuration, which would have one big box store in the back and then 3 accessory stores in retail spaces in the front. And that was the major store was built and in operation when the developer came back to the planning board and said, "Hey, we've got this great opportunity. There's this national chain, supermarket, grocery store chain that wants in on our property. They want to build a store here." And it seemed that was interesting, although it required doubling the space, the size that was allocated for that, what was going to probably end up as a fast food restaurant. So now suddenly you've got this you want to put a building on that site that's twice as large. And that required basically building a much bigger embankment or out over Route 202, and then it required sort of jury rigging the layout for the parking, for the traffic circulation, and for the sidewalk arrangements. And there were brand new sidewalks and curbings already in that had to be chopped back out to put the store in place. Now, again, I don't want to say that whether adding additional commercial space to that site was a good idea, bad idea, didn't matter. What my point is that the planning board has the power to and will make major changes to a site plan. In this case, putting a much bigger building on, and they did that without holding a public hearing. So it just, as for the average, your average constituent, suddenly something different was going on that they didn't hear about. Another good example of that, of sort of combining the two, where the use gets rearranged just through the day-to-day use of the site, and the planning board also had to step in and redesign or accept a new site plan for the project, was a strip mall that took place on Lake Mohegan, just about sort of the middle of my 3 terms on the board. It basically was started out as a veterinary hospital. It was going to be on this site, and then that deal fell through, and the developer came back with a new plan for a paint store, a dance studio, and a restaurant. And the dance studio would have a caretaker cottage on the top to look over take care of the 3 properties. And nowadays, if you go back there, you'll see that the paint store's there, the restaurant's there. The deal for the dance studio fell through. Sort of a shame for the developer because they custom built this building to have this huge dance space, and that's now a bicycle shop. And the caretaker cottage has strangely become a sort of a bunk house for the employees of the restaurant, and so it's something that you have to admit is very different from what the developer or the planning board envisioned for the site when they started out. and sort of a combination of the somebody using the property and flying under the radar of the site plan, and then the planning board also making accommodations as the developer had to find different pieces to slot in there. I believe the bike shop was in compliance. That was just switching out one retail use for another, so there's no big deal there. And then finally, I think a site plan or or the use of a site will change dramatically when the ownership of the property changes. And you may have great faith in Mr. Gilero right now, but he might be sitting over there thinking, if I have to sit through one more of these public hearings, I'm selling this company, I'm out of here. And so that happens, and I'll give you an example of how that, from my zoning board days, when the coffee shop right next to the fireplace was open. I know you're a patron of that fine establishment. Well, the guy who started that business converted it from a telephone switching station, I believe. And he was a man who took just enormous pride. It was wonderful to see him come in on that application, because he was so proud of what he was going to do and what this building would look like and the landscaping. And you recall he was the guy who put in that gigantic super scale chessboard when they first built it up. Well, he ran the place for a few years, and then he got an offer he couldn't refuse from a national coffee chain, and that didn't have sort of the same perspective on maintaining your site as the first owner and founder of the place did. And the planning board now, and this is well documented, has had to return to this site many times in response to complaints from surrounding businesses who say that they complain of overflowing trash cans, litter on the site, and the planning boards had to go back and try and twist their arm to get them to have better site maintenance. And so that's the final way that the sites can change, again, just through change of ownership. And so, in conclusion, I think that what you need to do here is remember that a site plan, as planning board resolution, are not going to protect this site, this very important, if you've concluded that it is a very important historical and architectural and cultural item, that the planning board resolution, the site plan, is not going to do it. It's built, it's designed to be flexible, and I just gave you 4 examples of how it's flexible. So thank you for your time, and good luck in your decision.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, John.
Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
I'm just going to grab a glass of water before the next. I was going to grab a glass of water and come right back. That's okay. If you want to- yeah.
Steve Tilley?
What's that?
Just grab it a water. Fine. You deserve it.
Hi,
Good
Steve.
evening. My name's Steve Tilley, and I'm the principal of Stephen Tilley Architect, not surprisingly, in Dobbs Ferry, New York. And we do a lot of preservation work, and I'm really familiar with this territory. And I've done guidelines for a lot of communities in Westchester, historic guidelines, as well as evaluations. I've sat on the other side of the table and also appeared as applicants, just like Susan Janeshield did. And I'm here because of the greater power, Lynn Briggs. But I've been impressed by the passion as well as the clarity, and in particular by the last presentation and the history of what happens if you have just the flexible planning document and the planning decision. And while creating a historic landmark doesn't necessarily save everything, it's a step forward, and I would urge you to, I don't really see particularly the downside from the town's point of view, the community's point of view of deferring or, kind of thinking that something, something is terrible is going to happen because because you landmark it. It's the end of the world, and I also don't understand from the developer's point of view what the resistance is, except for, kind of working out in public the way in which you intend to protect the building and the way in which you intend to protect the historic components of the site. The people who evaluate sites for the state when they make the decision to make a site eligible for listing on the National Register, quote, are trained preservationists. I know some of them that did the evaluation, and they're good people. They're thoughtful. They don't go in predisposed to landmark. It's like I'm going to go around and I'm Johnny Appleseed. It's really a thoughtful decision, so that their decision that when they evaluated this site has real merit, in my opinion. I'm like Barbara Davis. I haven't had the ability to get into the site and into the building. We haven't had permission. I've seen the reports by some of that were prepared by consultants working for the developer, and I'm skeptical. I'm highly skeptical about their opinions about the buildings. But again, I haven't had my hands on my flashlight and my moisture meters in them, and I'd be happy to do that. But if I could take you to the site that Susan Janeshill referred to, and I'm working with her on that, the Odell Rochambeau site, and that building 7 or 8 years ago, I might have agreed with a building inspector who said, let's not save it. But there were obviously other compelling reasons, and the Sons of the American Revolution and organizations like that saved the day. But on this site, there are a couple of concerns that jump out from the site plan, and I know that maybe that can't be undone necessarily by fiat, and but this incredible predatory, what I see as the predatory nature of the new building that's proposed to kind of, it looks like it's going to eat up this, the historic house. And by the way, I recommend a book by Stuart Brand, who wrote the Whole Earth Catalog, called How Buildings Learn. And you can see these wonderful historic buildings and the way they change from the beginning of the 19th century to the middle of the 19th century. Fashions change, but it doesn't mean that the building isn't historic. It means, as our friend from Tuckahoe said, that the building has a great story to tell. Who's to say that one piece of history is better than another? And who's to say that fashion can't change, and that when you go into a building, you read the history. So in this building, I can read it from the pictures I've seen that, it had this earlier episode, and then it was transformed, and it's a great, it's a great thing, and it doesn't discard its historic integrity. So I would just say that there's also someone referred to tax credits. Tax credits apply to a National Register site that's used for commercial use, and I wonder often why developers sometimes walk away from a 20% tax credit for doing commercial development. But there are there may be reasons. But in any event, I would urge you to, there are only benefits that I see in terms of long-term value, in terms of interest and value to the potential occupants. If I was marketing this site and I had, let's say, I had a better relationship with the landscape, or even saved one of the wonderful collection of vernacular buildings as something that could engage the kids and even people from off-site, I would think that would be an amenity that I'd take advantage of if I could. And thank you for sitting here and listening to all these arguments, and I admire your patience and your thoughtfulness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Jan Mirshandani.
Good evening.
Hey, Jen.
Jan Mirchandani, Yorktown Heights. Believe it or not, actually, I really came in tonight. I did not have my mind made up. I really didn't have a position one way or the other. But I really appreciate the thoughtful comments that everybody made, particularly Mr. Flynn. I thought it was very enlightening what he had to say. So I really do appreciate what everybody had to say. And, the only thing really that I have to add is it really is, I think, important that we balance the benefit to the developer, the private owner of this property, this real estate, really with the benefit of the town and the community. And I will add that, while we say that it is the intention to preserve this house as a landmark, landmarking it officially is where we kind of come together, the developer and the community, and say, we agree. We all want to preserve this property. And it is certainly not a guarantee that it will forever and for always be in its current state. But it is a way to ensure that. And I did, I had the privilege many years ago as a member of the Yorktown Chamber to go in and visit it, and it really is beautiful. It is a wonderful piece of our history. No one has said anything other than that tonight. So I would just encourage you to go ahead and vote in favor of landmarking it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Susan Siegel.
Thank you. Good evening. I cast aside my prepared comments, and I'd like to instead comment on many of the things I've heard tonight. They're not necessarily in order, but let me just go ahead and do that. I won't tell you how many years I've lived here, but I will tell you that I have sat through every single town board and planning board meeting at which the Underhill Farm Plan has been presented. Every single one of them, all right? And I'm also familiar with all of the documents in the record by dealing with the historic nature. I will acknowledge that I haven't read every wetlands report. That's not my area of expertise. I'd like to comment on both Ed and John have raised issues dealing with the nature of the assessment that was done of the buildings and the planning board process. And Ed, you took exception to some of the things that Lynn said earlier about let's not knock the quality of the.
Well, you've heard that same comment from me, Susan.
Okay.
So you know how I feel about those comments.
So I just, for the record, I want to say this, that when SHPO made its report, the applicant went and got a SHPO report in 2021, even before the overlay law was passed, right? And that report, that one SHPO said the whole site was eligible for registration, and it also, their determination that none of the buildings were worthy of keeping was based on a report by somebody who has an archaeology background and who doesn't have historic preservation background and who doesn't have an engineering background, and it was done on a visual inspection. and that's how the estimate was made. If you want to think about how a structural analysis of the condition of the buildings, what it was like, okay, look at the report that Steve Tilley did for the Toll Brothers report on the field home, and just compare what Steve Tilley did to see whether that building was worthy of preservation and how it could be adaptive been reused, and compare it to the initial document that Unicorn submitted to SHPO back in 2021, on which the basis was made that none of the buildings were worthy of keeping. Take your time before you make a decision and just look at that.
And I am intimately familiar with the field home, as the Lions were very involved there. And where a lot of the upper structure is poor, they at least have a solid foundation.
I'm
which I
just
know is-
I'm
No, I
just
know.
saying, I thank you if you've read the report, but look at what it takes for the right professional to make an assessment. And what I'm saying is that when SHPO made this assessment back in 2021, it was done on a very sketchy report that didn't have all the historic information.
But you don't think SHPO could see past that because that's what they do?
They didn't.
They didn't, in your opinion, they didn't, but you
Well,
don't think
if you
that
look,
SHPO,
if you,
excuse me,
what I'm saying,
you don't think SHPO has the ability, I mean, this is what they do, this is their profession, so to speak, and you're questioning them, based, because you don't think they did their job correctly, is that what you're saying?
well, I'm questioning on what basis they made the determination. Yes, I'm saying it's yeah, because they took the word of somebody who didn't have the professional qualifications, in black and white, who didn't have the qualifications. I'm not criticizing the archaeologist, her credentials in that field. I'm saying that that person who wrote the report and who said the buildings are beyond saving, okay, did not have the professional qualifications to make that assessment on the physical nature of the building. This is something that the Heritage Commission said multiple times to SHPO and asked SHPO to reevaluate, and they never did.
So SHPO is in the business of just taking people's words and basing their opinions on that?
They
Is that
did.
what you're
Yeah,
saying?
Yeah, they did. And so I'm
State
asking.
agency.
Okay, and also.
Okay, no, I just
Yeah.
want the clarification.
And the planning board is on record as saying, we don't have to accept what SHPO says.
Okay.
I think that's in the record. And I'm asking you, because you have heard contradictory comments about the condition of the building, which is a very critical part, okay? So I'm asking you, before you make your determination, look at Steve Tilley's work. You don't have to read it in detail. I mean, it's a very lengthy report, okay? And compare it to the 2021 document that was submitted. Also, let me just skip on some notes to get back to this whole condition thing. Ms. Delandy said that they're horrendous. In 2020, when Soundview was still occupying the building and it was held classes in, it was safe. There was no issues. The building inspector never went and said, "This is horrible. Okay, you have to turn this down." By 2021, probably within less than 12 months, suddenly, Unicorn's consultant with an archaeology background says the buildings are in bad shape. So factor that in. What happened between 2020, when the last classrooms some of those buildings were used? Okay, suddenly it deteriorated. Maybe it hasn't deteriorated since Unicorn owned the property and wanted it to be deteriorated. I'm not saying they did that.
I just wanted, Lynn, if you could make a note for later, if we have any data on when the buildings were actually used as classrooms last, because that might be significant. I don't know if it's, hey, they were used, they locked the door, and then a day later, oh my God, it's a mess. I have a feeling as the school started to lose its funding and its student structure, that they might not have been used. So if you have any of that information, thank you.
Okay. And also, I think if you look back at some of the some of the meetings, and say Unicorn was making these comments back in 2021, okay? It was stated, and I think I can't cite which meeting it was said, even the main house was in bad shape. We have to spend $1 million to fix it. Mr. Landy just now said it's in good shape. So just weigh that and what you're hearing. I think
You know how much historic preservation costs? I mean, like, you know, if you have a regular wall, to paint that wall is a very simple thing. It costs you X number of dollars. But when you get into molding and all of this other stuff in historic preservation, the number skyrockets, right? The cost goes up. So we're talking about historic preservation in the main house is what we're talking about, right? So- I'll wait,
Mr.
go ahead.
Galero has said that he's going to restore it. That's not
Exactly
an
right.
issue. I'm just questioning the comments about that everything was in such a horrendous shape. Specifically, the outbuildings, which I'm saying, one, were they adequately evaluated? Okay, the planning board also took from its very, very first meeting the fact that all the buildings were in bad shape. The planning board never asked for a professional assessment by a structural engineer or an architect with historic preservation background to do an on-site inspection of those buildings. The planning board just assumed, not assumed, they just accepted it without any question from day one. They never looked at that. John has raised and Sergio, you made a point about the number of meetings. Oh yes, there were a lot.
I know, I was there.
Okay, at one point I counted the number of meetings, but I'm sorry, I don't remember how many. But if you go back through the record, as I did, most of those meetings dealt with two topics: wetlands and traffic. How many times did we hear about the wetlands, right? Which the wetlands had to be revised and revised and revised based upon the town's consultant's report. I think 2, possibly 3 meetings was spent on historic at the very end of the process. So from the very beginning, for more than a year, the planning board, which identified early on that historic was one of the key factors, never discussed historic. So
you have a problem with the order in which it was discussed? But it was discussed. There was 2 or 3 meetings that they discussed historic.
And if you want to, while I don't want to criticize I'm certainly not going to criticize the qualifications of the historic consultant's report. If you look at that report, it failed to address many of the issues that the town's advisory commission, the YHPC, had raised and should have been addressed in that report, which weren't addressed in that report. John has raised the concern about the seeker process. I don't think landmarking is a part of the seeker process, okay? And if you landmark the building, in no way can that reopen the seeker process. I think that was a total red herring of an argument. And I am not as familiar with seeker as John is, but I think I was the one who raised the issue back at the town board's time that the town board wasn't doing the proper seeker process. Okay, I dealt with the condition of the buildings, and I thank you for trying to get that additional information about what the condition of the buildings was, you know, when the school was still using it. Let's talk about the COA, the Certificate of Appropriateness issue, which has come up. Okay, here I think there's kind of some misrepresentation about what that process involves, and some innuendos. Okay, it really doesn't add any new restrictions on a building. It adds another set of eyes. The town planning board already has the eyes of the conservation board, the tree commission, ABACA, okay, the planning board, okay, and they look at it, but they look at it with their expertise. The COA process says, let's have the YHPC, our town advisory group that is dedicated to the historic preservation issues, that knows the historic features at that building, the ins and outs of it. Let them have a look. And the issues that the COA, that the HPC looks at for the COA process is no different than what the planning board and ABACA typically look at. The color of the buildings, the materials of the buildings, some of the architectural details. Sergio, you've been at some planning board meetings, and Ed, I think you were the liaison before, okay? Do you remember when they were discussing the Atlantic Appliance building, the one between the medical building and the post office that has been approved but hasn't been built? There were lots of discussions about the color of the building, okay? There was a discussion several years ago, also a building that has been approved but not built on East Main Street in Mohegan, between roughly, between the Dunkin' Donuts and the building at the corner of Mohegan Avenue. There's some empty space there, an old building was torn down, okay? The planning board had lots of discussions. They didn't care for some of the architectural details of the building, and that had to be changed, okay? Most recently, I think back in December, the new owner for the Kear Street building at 118 and Kear Street had to come back to the planning board and said, I want to change the siding on the building. You were there, Sergio.
I recall that.
And remember that discussion? What's the seaming like on the siding? What's the color like on the siding? These are the same kind of issues that the Heritage Planning Commission is going to look at. So what's the big deal? All right? They're not telling you, oh, don't take that staircase down in the inside of the building. They're not even talking about, what you're going to do on the inside, because that's the adaptive reuse, and that's the developer needs the full flexibility to see how he can change the inside of the building. Obviously, he should try to save as much of what's wonderful in that building. Some of the old paneling, I was only in one room, okay? But the COA process is being made out to be some kind of horrendous restrictive process when it's not. He also, Mr. Blanchard, implied that, oh, well, yes, I could go to the town board, but then he started throwing around arbitrary and capricious in Article 78s. No, he just has to come to the town board and make a case that the Heritage Commission is too restrictive in what it's doing. And if you listen to Lynn, no one has had an issue with the COA process except the town. Because the town wasn't following the law. Mr. Blanchard also questioned, it's really not historic, right? Lynn made a point of going through it meets 4 out of the 5 criteria, and he said, no way, it's not historic. And yet, Unicorn has no problem signing a letter of resolution with SHPO saying, we're going to have a historic exhibition, a historic exhibit. So on one side, he's saying it's historic, and the other side, he's saying, no, it's not historic. And he failed to mention that SHPO has already designated the site as eligible for listing on the national and state register. Okay, and he's marketing the site, as historic. And we're not saving the entire site. Okay, the Heritage Commission, as well as probably everyone in the community, accepts the fact that the site's going to be developed. It's going to be developed as is, with the 148 units and the mixed-use commercial building. And landmarking will not change that. Landmarking will not impact the improvements to the intersection that everybody wants. The issue has been raised about the changes in the site plan. Yes, they're saving the building now, the main house, because I think Unicorn knew that he wasn't going to get any kind of approval if he didn't commit to saving the house. But as John Flynn, who has 15 years on the planning board, explained, site plans can always be changed. So he could save it today, and he can come in tomorrow. He can come in next month, and he can say, look, I really fine-tuned my costs. As you say, Sergio, yes, rehabilitating that building is going to be expensive. So he's going to sit down with his pencil and his slide and his calculator, and he's going to calculate that. And then he's going to say, I need X for a rent. And then he's going to go out and try to find a user. And he's not going to be able to find a user who's willing to pay that rent. And he can always come back to the planning board and say, I have a financial hardship. I can't save the building. I want to take it down, and in its place, I'm going to put something else on the same footprint. And yes, I can change the site plan, and I can change how it works. So site plans are flexible. Yes, even if it's landmarked, it can be demolished. That's been explained. But it will make it a little bit harder. I think there'll be an extra level of scrutiny to take down a building that's already been landmarked. One other point that hasn't been brought up yet. Yes, the site plan can be changed, but there's no guarantee that what's approved in the site plan gets built as the site plan says. Do you know that the Caremount building, now the Optum building, that was built by Unicorn? What was built did not conform to the original site plan. What ended up being built, the building was actually larger than what was approved. And the original site plan kept the frame building that used to be the home for the sports attic. It had a leak and or a fire, and it got demolished, and then it became more parking. So even the original site plan had to be amended, and it was amended without a public hearing, without any input, just as John Flynn mentioned when the Lowe's site, he didn't say the word Lowe's, but we know it was the Lowe's site he was talking about when the major changes had to be made for Trader Joe. There was no public input on that change.
So at the time, I was president of the chamber. I believe I was president at that time, and I went into the sports attic. The leak happened upstairs, completely demolished the whole building. It was just not salvageable, and it was condemned.
Okay.
So that's why it was not down.
Okay, so
and that triggered the whatever had to happen
it changed,
after that.
but the building as built was larger than what was approved on the site plan. And also the landscaping, what got planted was not what was in the approved site plan. So just because the site plan says that ABC is going to happen, it doesn't mean it's not going to happen. And Sergio, you were at the planning board earlier this month,
Yes, of course.
and they talked about the development, the very small commercial development on 129, just roughly opposite the restaurant. How changes were made. I think, Ed, were you there for that part of the meeting? Changes were made from what was approved to what actually got built. So we have the Unicorn site plan, Underhill Farm site plan that says this is what's going to get built. There's no guarantee that that's what we're going to see once it's done. The implication has also been made that this landmark process is slowing down the process. That's not true. There's no evidence of that. The developer has been going through all the requirements of the site plan, getting the additional reports that are needed. I'm sure he's working with DEP to get his stormwater plan approved. He still has to work with with DOT on his transportation plan. So the process is in the works. Landmarking hasn't slowed it down. If anything, it's the developer and the town who have slowed down the process, because if I'm not mistaken, and Lynn can confirm this, HPC started the process back in the summer, long before the election. All right. I think the key point is that landmarking doesn't add additional restrictions on the property as has been implied. It doesn't slow down the process. It gives that extra set of eyes for a property that is considered valuable, and you've heard lots of people in the community and historic experts talk about the importance of the community of that. One other point I want to bring up, because John mentioned it in passing, and it's never come up before. He mentioned the Army Corps of Engineers. In the negative declaration, in the finding statement, it states specifically that the property comes under the jurisdiction of the Army Corps of Engineers. That has never been disputed. The applicant has agreed to it, and it's in the negative declaration, the declaration of findings, okay? There is nothing in the site plan that requires the DEC, the Army Corps, to evaluate this. And part of the Army Corps' requirements under the Clean Water Act is that they have to go through they have to do an evaluation of how this project would impact the historic site. So that is just an oversight from the planning board, from the site plan resolution. It is absolutely silent on the need to get the Army Corps to to write off. They may say, okay, yeah, it's within our jurisdiction, but there's no issue. Goodbye, all right? But they haven't even been asked about it. Finally, what I'd like to say is, after you've heard a lot of comments tonight, and it's late, all right? I'd like to hear, and I think that the residents here would like to hear what your concerns are. Maybe you came into this meeting with some concerns based on everything you've heard. Maybe those concerns are still with you. Maybe some of those concerns have been addressed. Maybe new concerns have arisen. I think you owe it to us to share with us what your current concerns are so we can have an opportunity to respond to those concerns. We might have an answer to give you, but we can't answer what we don't know.
I've made some notes, Susan. I intend on letting, speaking my mind at the end, and I'm sure Sergio and Luciana do as well, so.
Okay, and then, but I hope that we will be able to speak again to address those concerns.
It'll probably be after we close a public comment. And then if you have a question, there's not going to be a vote on this tonight, I can guarantee you that. And then when, if you have any questions that you'd like to talk afterwards, you know my number.
Why can't you leave the hearing open until after you've made your comments? Why can't your comments be part of the hearing so that we can...
They will be part of the record, but we should not be having a back and forth at midnight.
All right, then leave...
It's not appropriate for everyone sitting in the audience.
Then I ask you then to, if you're going to close the hearing and then make comments afterwards, that you leave it.
I will make the decision at the end of this, Susan. Thank you for telling me my job. I appreciate it.
I'm not telling you
and I
your job.
appreciate it.
I'm asking you to leave open a 10-day period for written comments.
I will definitely have a period for written comments.
So that we can address those.
And we will look at that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jerry Schwab.
Last but not least,
Jerry,
I hope.
I don't think you want to read my comments.
No. I am amazed that I've sat here all evening and didn't hear anyone mention the rights of the owner of a piece of property. I have two very short anecdotes. In the 1980s, when I was sitting in Diana's seat and there was a different town board, the town board decided that they were going to make Shrub Oak a historic preservation district. They had a public hearing, very much like this one, and there was one gentleman in the audience who had a house in Shrub Oak who was adamant he did not want his house to be involved with a historic preservation district. The board, in its infinite wisdom, adopted the district that night. They voted the same night as the hearing. The next morning, the North County News or the Yorktowner, and I don't remember which it was, reported that the McMaster house had been painted red, white, and blue overnight. So here was this wonderful house, because it takes 10 days for the local law to go into effect. So he did it immediately, and it was red, white, and blue. And he refused to paint it until they rescinded the law. And within 3-4 days, they rescinded the law, and he painted his house white again.
Thank you, because Tommy shared that story with me. It just brought back a great memory.
It was really funny, but the other anecdote is I was the selling agent on the Old Stone Church on Route 6. And the Historic Landmarks Committee wanted to designate it a historical landmark. And every time someone came to look at the church, the first question was, is this a designated landmark? And I told them no, but it was under consideration. And they said, well, then we want no part of it. And we got it not designated because we would not have been able to sell it. And so my plea to you is please don't adopt landmarking for any property that the owner doesn't want it, because there's probably a good reason that they don't want it, and it's their property after all. I would love to know if any of the people tonight who spoke in favor of landmarking this property, whether their homes are landmarked. And I lived in a house in Croton Heights as well. And it was a historical house, but I didn't want it landmarked because I wanted to put an addition on it. And I did. So property rights, ownership rights are really important. So please consider that. And I would go one step further. I would take that phrase out of the law that says you don't need the owner's permission, that says you need the owner's permission to designate their property. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Chuck. That's it. Well, I know John Tegeter wanted to come up. Was there anyone else from the public that wanted to speak right now before I have John come back up? Anyone at all? Once, twice? All right. John, come up.
So earlier I wanted to come up just to clarify, this is really just clarification. The last few speakers I think made it a little bit more necessary. I'm sorry, John Flynn has left, and I'm sorry for that, and with all due respect to him, he was always a great planning board member, but I want to tell you about the power of the site plan, okay? They are not designed, the resolutions nor the site plans, to be flexible, and they are not. They are not. I'll give you an example. In our zoning code, among many other things, landscaping as part of a site plan, fences, bushes, trees, whatever, is enforceable specifically, and the engineer is empowered to go out, give them notice if they're missing some bushes, to rectify it. If they don't, the town can take it upon themselves to do it and then lien the property. Okay? So what's on those site plans is inflexible. The flexibility comes in understanding how the world works, how some of the business landscape works, how developers work and investment and so forth. Things change. How construction works. Things change throughout the process. So,
and I will say, thank God, because my wife loves Trader Joe's.
Yeah.
So, and I'm sure most people in the room do.
Right.
But
so a lot of those, right? A lot of those examples that he brought up are true,
Yeah.
but I don't think that characterizes properly what the power of the planning board site plans can do. I don't think that the landmarking would preserve, for instance, or be able to enforce some of the landscaping and the historic feel and setting that is imbued by some of the landscaping. So there is differences. I happen to think that there's more power in it, possibly, but I just leave that to you. I want everybody to understand that they're not flexible. They are enforceable down to, very specific things. The walls that are there, the owner can't take the walls out with that. That would be a site plan violation. And even, Mr. Flynn used the term violation, and it would be a violation, and we could violate him. And if he was intransigent about it, it would go to court. Okay, so big difference. So I feel that needed to be clarified. It seemed as though everyone in the room feels as though it's just a free-for-all, and it is not, by any stretch of the imagination. The Army Corps. Okay. The Army Corps has approval authority over what they have approval authority for. And I don't know where Ms. Siegel thinks it was just mentioned for the first time. The Army Corps' involvement goes back to the very beginning. They did their due diligence, and they issue permits under a general permit, and I think that's been taken care of. It's not the planning board's authority to call them up or write them a letter and say, you have to give us some comments here. They have to take care of what they have to take care of. They have their duties to do it, and they do. The way that works is that they don't conduct the historic, evaluation. They ask New York State to do it, and that is exactly what happened, and I would think I was pretty clear when I said that the Army Corps, by virtue of that, it went up to the state for their evaluation, and that's how we found ourselves with the eligibility determination, okay? Just so it's clear. In terms of the SECRA, designating a landmark is a type 2 action and therefore not subject to SECRA. The certificate of appropriateness is not that. The certificate of appropriateness is more of a subjective discretionary approval. You're making subjective decisions that obviously, even built into the law, the applicant could disagree with. Ministerial action, as I said before, is a code. It's numbers. You either comply or you don't. If the certificate of appropriateness wasn't imbued with this discretionary aspect, you wouldn't have the need for the hardship because you would have to comply with those regulations. So it is a discretionary action in my view. Adam can take a look at it if you want, but that's what was my point was about the SECRA, and the SECRA has been done on this project. So.
John, just to back up on the COA, you do have a little bit of experience with that, if I'm not mistaken, especially with Railroad Park.
Yes.
Tell me about the process. Did that slow it down a little bit? Was it a no speed bump at all?
No, it wasn't no speed bump at all. It wasn't terribly
onerous
onerous or painful. There was a lot of discussion about the paint colors. There wasn't complete agreement, at first, but we worked through it. So.
And that's where that discretionary process comes in?
That would be a discretionary process. And again, the lack in the law is that there's this may do a public hearing, and if you're in SECRA process, you have to do a public hearing. So I think there's some disconnect there. That's for a later time. But I would say that it comes to my attention because of the difference in this project, the scope of it, whereas all of our landmarks are basically mostly single-family residential properties that are on small lots, don't have the need or the requirement for a site plan approval. This is different. So it brings that up, and that's why I bring it up. The structural evaluation that went to the state. Okay, that was a process with the state. That person sent up that report. The state, as I understand it, asked for additional information, which was then provided, and they accepted that. In terms of an engineer's report, that was done after the resolution as a condition of the resolution. I don't know if Susan has seen that or not, but that report was done. That was a structural evaluation. The original one was condition, age, what is intact in terms of the historic. It was much more broad than just what the structural integrity is. Mm-hmm. And that person, by the way, always said that she is not adequately trained in the deeper aspects of the structural integrity, which is why we required the structural integrity report from an engineer, which will be evaluated by our historic preservation architect, which hasn't happened yet. But we have two historic consultants that I want to remind you of. One is the archaeological folks who worked on the most of the project. The second is the architectural preservation architect, who is more apt to be able to do the more structural things. And we will be engaging him to look at that report. So, as far as landmarking won't change the development, my opinion here is the ask right now is for the whole site to be landmarked. Landmarked properties can change, just as site plans can change. They do. They have in the last couple of years. There's, as Ms. Briggs has told you, that they've done 15 in the last 7 years. Those projects, those landmark properties are changing. Okay, so all of this stuff can change. I just want everybody to be clear on that. That's all.
Was the Bernstein House ever landmarked, or
no? Not to my knowledge.
They couldn't save it at that point, right?
You can save anything. You know what I mean?
Not feasibly, but
not feasibly sometimes.
Right. Thank you, John.
Since John had a chance to speak again, I'd like to.
Susan, it's not a tit for tat. He's a town professional who is addressing things that you brought up. I don't.
No, but I think he misspoke on an issue, and I'd like to have the record corrected.
Go on, Susan.
Okay.
I don't. we will let you have your say on that.
He referenced the Army Corps of Engineers, and he said SHPO has already looked into that. There is a letter in the file, and Lynn would have a copy of it, where SHPO, when the Army Corps of Engineer, by federal law, has to look into the historic aspect, whether some disturbance to the wetland that meets Army Corps criteria will be disturbed by a development. Army Corps of Engineer relies on the DEC. The DEC then relies on SHPO. There is a letter in the file that Lynn can make a copy available to you, where SHPO specifically says, we have not gotten the referral from DEC for the Army Corps thing. So SHPO never, ever
So
responded.
is that letter already on file with our planning department?
Yes.
It's in the file. I'll look through the
it's
file
there,
tomorrow.
Okay, and I don't have the date of it, but they specifically said their SHPO's response was based on a state law. Lynn can cite you all of the right numbers. 106. Okay, this is what I have learned by sitting through all of the meetings and reading all of the documents.
Okay.
Contrary to what John said, the Army Corps evaluation was never done as per the process, okay? Also, the engineering report that was done, that has been submitted, and yes, I have read it. The engineer's comments were only in relation to can the buildings be relocated. They were never evaluated as to whether the buildings could be saved. Two very different issues, because the planning board in the site plan already made the determination that they were going to be demolished. So after the fact,
if the buildings are to be saved, right, where does that money come from to save the buildings? I'm just curious, because I've heard a lot of comments about we could do this and we could do that and we could, but I've heard no comments about funding. So where would you suggest? No, I'm asking you a question directly.
That's a developer's cost. Just like the developer has decided that he wants to save the building because he knows he wasn't going to get approval for anything if he wasn't going to save the building. Mm-hmm. So he's built that into his entire cost.
And you just built this other cost into his costs.
Yeah.
So you're spending his money.
I'm not spending his money.
I mean, you just said it's the developer's issue, right?
He'll just add it to the cost, or maybe the fact that he qualifies for the landmark tax incentive. I don't know what that would amount to. Maybe that would what he's going to save on his landmark tax break will offset the cost. And at this point, John talked about, well, the ask is the whole site. No, the application, granted, may be for the whole site. But I think from a realistic point of view, as I think HPC put
So
in
we
the
should-
slide
so
projection,
Susan-
they're only interested in preserving certain aspects.
Right,
And
Susan, but then you shouldn't put in for the whole site. Look, and that's
I
not
didn't
even an
do the
issue right now.
application.
I'm
I'm just
listening to
saying-
I know, I'm listening to the conversation. Let us wrap up, make our comments. I think John may wanted to come back up. And, John, did you find that letter? I see you looking through the file. All right, so, Susan, thank you.
Okay, and I don't know what the Army Corps general permit is and whether that addresses the
Okay.
issue.
Yeah, John, if you have the letter, please, that would be, so I don't have to.
I don't know if it's the same letter they're referring to, but there was a letter from SHPO, Derek Rohde, to Ms. Alexandra Ryan, General Engineer Project Manager, U.S. Army Corps Operations, New York City, on May 27th, 2021. And he's thanking her for requesting the comments of the Preservation Office. Basically what happens, it triggers a 1409 and a Section 106 procedure, which then the state goes through. That all happened. And so this is Derek Rohde telling Alexandra Ryan of Army Corps that they reviewed it, that it triggers an exploration, that they found that it's an adverse impact, and that it triggers exploration of prudent and feasible alternatives, which we talked about before, which was the next step, okay? So I think U.S. Army Corps did their due diligence and did everything that they're supposed to do.
Thank you.
I think just add in, there's a
Step up to the mic then, Lynn, just.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that there is a subsequent letter to that Sue was referencing that we have, and we'll provide it to you.
Thank you.
It may have also come before this one.
I'm just curious,
The one, no, it came after this one.
I'm curious why the files don't match on those, though, personally, because they should have that, too. All right.
Okay.
So I would recommend closing public comment, leaving written comment open for 7 days, and then.
Till Monday?
Till Monday, yes, because I'd like to talk about it at Tuesday's meeting. That's, what is that, the 5th, Monday the 5th? 6th?
Yeah, Monday the 5th.
Monday the
6th.
5th.
Tuesday's the meeting.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
So to the
So-
fifth.
So- All right, well, we're gonna make some quick comments too, I think, and I do ask for quick, but let me do this.
He doesn't like that I talk too much.
We have just a quick, resolution to read in. Resolved, Deputy Supervisor is authorized to execute an agreement with the mall at Jefferson Valley LLC for the Parks and Recreation Car Show on May 4th, 2024. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. So I was very transparent with Lynn in a meeting that we had recently, and there was a referral back to the February 18th resolution. And during that whole process where the commission was set up, one of my points of contention with the law was similar to what Jerry brought up, which was that I feel it's inappropriate to force someone into a landmarking. That being said, the concerns of the community over that building are great, and we want assurances, and I understand that completely. Now, I'm going to throw this to legal. I notice that most of the team is left, but the legal team for Unicorn is still here. So if you, no, you could sit. I'm just spitballing. I listen to this, and you sit there and you hear both sides of a story, and there was a common theme here.
Yeah.
We want protection for the house. The house needs to stay. The fencing, the stone wall. So there was a lot of. No one came up and said, tear down the wall, tear down the house. No one said it, and rightfully so. It is a gateway for us. It is, when the landscaping will be cleaned up, it'll be great. So I'm curious if it's even possible, and John Tegeter, you might need to input on this too. Can it be put into any type of agreement, and Lynn, sorry, if you are acceptable to this too, that the end runaround here is that even if it goes through landmarking and there's a dispute, it comes to the town board.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than force a landmarking, can we see if the property can be put right into everything, that if you want to change these features, it has to come before the town board for a public hearing. And this way, the COA is not as onerous, because I think that is, after watching some of the things and some of the debate over, paint colors and things, that maybe that's part of Paul's issue. I don't know. I didn't really speak to him about it. But if the protection of the town board hearing is the final thing anyway, I will tell you, though, before agreeing to it, there's no way, unless the house burnt to the ground, that I'm saying tear it down, because I think that house is that important. So if it's something that can be worked out.
Wait. Hold on. So I just want to understand. So are you saying? I'm sorry. I'm very tired. But are you saying? I hear what you're saying. What Jerry said about forcing someone to do. I don't want to force anyone to do anything. That's why we live in this beautiful country. But what you're saying is the common stream or the theme is this house, including what you said about it being the hub of this project.
Yeah.
And the landmark makes it have restrictions, because to do alterations to a landmark house, and if someone has a house, you do have to apply. There are rules, right? I would assume it has for houses as it does for buildings. So are you saying that we would almost be acting as?
No. So we are the final arbiter in a COA
Correct.
if there's a dispute. And if the property owner doesn't want to landmark, I can understand that point of view.
Yeah.
It's his property. I understand that. But the community is very concerned about the property remaining the house remaining and not being torn down, and not the site plan not changing. That all of a sudden, hey, I don't think this works. I think John Flynn used a 15-unit building going up instead.
Or when the sale of the property happens.
Right,
something
or when
like
the
that.
sale. So
Would it be
you may
grandfathered
need to look into it. You probably need to have some conversation.
I mean, I can just, do you want me to comment or not? Because I have an initial comment on that, but
Okay.
Look, I think that the applicant Mr. Galero has been more than accommodating in terms of how this application process has proceeded. We were walking in parallel with the adoption of the overlay law. We stepped back, the overlay law went forward, then we came in. We have been really subjected to, the overlay law did call for an expedited review. We've been subjected to sort of the opposite of that. And now I think what you're spitballing, I love the creativity, but we'd be asking to create something that's outside of the code, that is a restriction that comes back, that we'd sort of be voluntarily subjecting ourselves to more discretionary asks and approvals. And as this board is currently constituted, you're very fair and you're very reasonable, and I could see that would be taking our side into effect, but we're voluntarily agreeing to an unknown, a board 15 years from now, right? And that's just not something that I think look, I don't have the authority to say no outright, but I think that's a very difficult ask. But what I would say, though, one thing that's getting lost here is the site plan itself there are architectural components to the approval of the site plan, right? There's a building footprint that is a component of the site plan, right? There are protections. The developer doesn't sit here tonight making promises. The developer sits here tonight bound, right? Bound to conditions, bound to a footprint, bound to architectural styles, not to the shingle, right? Not to the shingle, I get that. Not to the color of the front door, I get that. But in terms of the house being preserved and the house sitting where it is, we're not here making promises. We're here bound to an approval. The site plan resolution, I'm not saying this for your benefits, I know you know this, but just for posterity's sake and the record's sake. The site plan approval is the foundational document upon which we go get our building permit. Right? I mean, it's not a conceptual document. I'm sorry. It's not a conceptual document. It's an enforceable, quantifiable, measurable document. So we use that to go get our building permit to then come in and start hammering nails into wood, or screws into wood. Like it's a very concrete issue. So there's a lot of protection that I think the public, no offense, is misunderstanding is already in place.
So I'm a somatic practitioner, right?
Excuse me. What was that?
I do a lot of energy work, and I'm a somatic practitioner. And the one thing I teach my kids all the time is that you lead life, and you actually don't know. Like, you can recite the law, and I can tell you my thoughts and my prayers, but things can happen. Like we just heard about what John said, like construction-wise or whatnot. I think, from what I'm gathering, what Ed is saying, is what was presented tonight, I feel, has a lot to do with also the connection that the building has, or this house has, to our community. Maya playing across the street, people who have spent hours doing it. It's not to, I hear that you have to voluntarily say yes to restrictions. And you said that we're pretty fair. And I agree with Jerry that we should make someone do what to do with their property, because I don't go in anybody's pocket. That's not how I play. But I also hear that there's a lot of love and connection to that building.
Which is being protected without us having to agree to additional protections. That's what I'm saying. We'd be doing something that would be virtually unknown, is creating a voluntary public hearing with elected officials to do something to the exterior of the house. That's kind of an...
I know it's just, but there's a lot of unknown, right? Like you said, like it's got all these protections, and then one of those veils could come up.
Lou,
right?
Lou, if I can, I wanted to put it out
Yeah,
there.
I like
want to
the
put it as a thought.
concept.
I understand your position as the attorney. I don't even know if it's actually legal and binding. So that's something that I want to throw it out to the attorney, to you, and I do not expect an answer tonight. I don't think it's
Right.
appropriate without proper research.
The community's asking for assurances. I understand your point, and we all understand your point. The site plan is the assurance, right? Despite what we heard,
We've been through a
you're
lot,
bound to
yeah.
it, and in order to change it, you have to come in front of the planning board again to change the site plan, and they could tell you no, right? They could say you can't knock the building down. Okay, I get that. The community is looking for an additional insurance, or perhaps some people don't understand that. I don't know, and so that's why the deputy supervisor is asking that you consider at least that, and not tonight, but
I think Mr. Tegater actually wanted to comment on it. Were you? Did you want to comment, John? Did I? Oh, no. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought.
Just listening.
All right. So
I appreciate that. Maybe I'm answering. I'm just getting. Although
I understand
have to
your.
make sure the record doesn't reflect any kind of acquiescence.
I understand that completely. I understand, but well, I'd like you to speak to Mr. Galera, speak with Adam after you research it. Adam might be calling me tomorrow and saying, you know what, you can't do it. It just doesn't work. But it might be a not so onerous, a little more onerous protection for the house, which seems to be the main concern of every single person who got up and spoke at that microphone today. And I think everyone sitting on this side speaking into these microphones. And I will also say that I think that, and I've said this before, and actually I said in my conversation with Lynn, although I do always use, trust but verify. As Len Berman said, if your grandmother tells you she loves you, you could trust her, but verify it. So that being said, I believe Mr. Galero is a man of his word. I've saw him through the development of the site across the street, the Caramount site. And I also know that when you take something like the historic house and make it your your trademark and part of your logo, it talks about what your plan is for that. If I'm going to tear down a house, I'm not going to put it in my logo because you're identified by your logo.
And the entirety of the architecture around the whole site is informed by that house.
I understand that. So I know what his intention is. So I don't think, I personally don't think it's a huge ask if it is something that can be done, but that's a decision for him. I think we all have our thought process to go through. I personally want to pull some of the reports. So Susan had pointed out a few, and Lynn's going to get me that letter. So I'll do that. I'll do my due diligence. But if you could float that, it may be something that, I don't know. So.
All right.
I understand, and I'll speak with your attorney. And I'll speak with my client.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Feinberg.
And as someone said, Susan said wetlands wasn't her expertise. Legalese is not mine. So don't be afraid to come back and say, you're an idiot, you were wrong.
No.
Well, you can
I
say
might tell
you're
you the
wrong.
second part, not the first part.
There you go. Guys, anything?
Yeah, so, just a couple of things. I want to look into, Lynn, how landmarking, if we could, because we've gotten comments that you can't really landmark this wall and that and, this structure. So I think we need to really kind of flush that out. Get truly what can and can't be done.
We can
before we
verify
could
it.
even consider it, The second thing, I still haven't heard of a plan other than let the builder pay for it, on how, we're supposed to preserve all of these buildings and keep it a viable project for the builder as well. So I'm looking at both sides of it, and I just don't understand how a builder is going to preserve or rebuild all of these buildings. We've heard from our own building inspector that some of the buildings are in bad shape. So how does the project still become a viable project for an investor when we keep saying, yeah, you can fix the buildings yourself. So I don't know how that is. And again, when you're talking about historic preservation of a building, it's very expensive. I have a friend of mine, this is what he does in Maine, and his prices are like, it's crazy. And he does really great work, you know, but it comes at a cost. You know, when you're trying to preserve something, the material's not readily available. You don't run a Home Depot, you know, to pick up material for historic preservation, okay? So, you know, I still don't understand or have an answer to that because some of the buildings are in rough shape. Now, we did hear that SHPO doesn't know what they're doing, our building inspector doesn't know what they're doing, the planning board doesn't know what they're doing, and nobody knows what they're doing, right? And I completely disagree with that. Whereas, you know, if the building inspector, our building inspector, who's very talented, went over there and looked at the buildings himself, and he's telling you that some of them are just, you know, really rough shape, why we would challenge his opinion, forget about the historical side and the preservation side of that. But if he's telling you the foundation is crumbling, I mean, I don't need a historical architect to tell me that the foundation is actually crumbling, if the foundation is actually crumbling. So, you know, those are the questions that really, in my mind, have been, you know, plaguing me. I haven't made any decisions, to be quite honest, even though I was accused of telegraphing or somebody, whatever, which, again, didn't appreciate that. So the last thing is we keep conflating with landmarking with protecting the building like 100%. And we've also heard that that's not the case. Like that, Mark, I had to say it again. So, you know, we keep conflating the landmarking with 100% protection. And I think that's been the theme people have come up. We have to landmark to protect the building. And we've heard that it adds another set of eyes, but nothing is going to protect the building 100%, right? And so I want to make that clear to the public and everybody listening that it's not this all-out, you know, blanket protection on this building if we do the landmarking. That's what everybody has said, and so I want to make sure that that's fully understood. That you still could make changes to the building. It still could come down. It's a little harder. I think Susan used the exact words. It's a little harder. And so I want to make sure that point is also clear. Again, I haven't made any decisions. I heard someone ask, you know, we have to look at the benefits. Yes, we are looking at the benefits. We're looking at the historical benefits, but there are other benefits as well. This board is tasked with trying to keep our numbers in the black for this town, our budget moving forward. We're trying to compete with inflation. We're trying to compete with rising costs, rising fuel bills, and this project will bring over $1 million in annual tax revenue. That is a considerable thing. That is something that we need to weigh. That is something that I see as a benefit. You know, and there are a ton of other benefits. The road is another benefit. They are going to be gifting $225,000 to our Parks and Rec department for that they could use, because it comes in as a gift, they could use that money for pretty much any project they want. It's not bound by the laws, right, or the restrictions that if we collect a fee from this project, that fee could be used only for adjacent parks and stuff like that. You can't collect the fee. I disagree with the law completely on this. You can't collect a fee on this property and use it across town because the idea is that these people aren't going to really be using the park across town. I disagree with that. But that's the law, right? And so the way they're gifting, that's another benefit because we can apply that money to other places in town that are more in dire need. So, and there are a whole bunch of other, you know, benefits in that respect, from a financial perspective, from a business perspective. And we also have to look at the benefits for the historical park.
Thanks, Serge.
Thank you.
Lou, you're good?
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for bringing their voice in and for hanging out with us for the slate and for all the hard work that goes into, like, not only caring, but for me to write 7 pages of notes on the same topic and was able to not repeat myself. That was pretty impressive. So I do really appreciate everyone bringing their voice today.
And Lynn, to you and your committee, thank you. The passion, the commitment is, not
Magic.
lost on anyone. And, the beauty of the building, the beauty of the site, and also the work of the planning board, Unicorn. There's been a lot of people. The town board actually hasn't seen much of this, so it's it's good to see the passion. And I thank everyone for getting out tonight, and even more those of you that stayed. I know a couple of you, I see it's past your bedtime already. At least 4 people in the room. Can I have a motion to close?
Motion.
You already closed.
No, I didn't close.
Adjourn.
Adjourn. Serge?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.